You're going to do a roll call?
Councilor Bergman?
Here.
Councilor Calorio?
Here.
Councilor Agia?
Here.
Councilor King?
Here.
Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Here.
Councilor Nian?
Here.
Councilor Ojeda?
Here.
Councilor Pasillo?
Here.
Councilor Russell?
Here.
Councilor Toomey?
Here.
And Mayor Petty.
Here. Okay, before we get going, just a couple of announcements to make. Some items have been held under privilege. Doesn't mean you can't testify, so even though it might be held, the item, you still can testify tonight in any item that you came down to speak about. The items that are going to be held tonight is 8J, which is a crosswalk on Pleasant Street, 8D, 11O, and the 11P, which has to do with Mill Street. So we'll talk about those items at the next city council meeting, but if you're here, you can testify tonight if you like. You're more than welcome to do that. Also on held is 8W, 11J, and 11R held under privilege.
8W.
11J,
Can you repeat those? Can you repeat
Can you read
those?
what they are?
sure. Okay, let me just read them then. Okay. Yep, so, oh yeah, I should have done that, yep. So 8J was the following items are held by Council Hagi. 8J, which is a Pleasant Street, 10D, which is on Mill Street issue, 11O, which I believe is on the Mill Street issue, and 11P, which is on the Mill Street issue.
11O, 11.
Then Council Toomey is holding 8W under privilege.
8W. Oh my gosh.
And 8W is,
8W. 8W. LC.
that's a petition. 8W is a petition about taking something off the table. Petition submitted by Gordon Davis on May 14, 2024.
8W.
Then we have 11J, which is an order, on report concerning it's on shot spotter, so that will be held until the next meeting. And one for 11.
Can you say by who?
What's that? Oh, Council Toomey did these three. And 11R is by Council Toomey, request that the police chief review the current boundaries of the shot spotter. So both of these have to do with shot spotter. So shot spotter and Mill Street, the main ones that are going to be held under privilege until the next meeting. Okay, and a couple of petitions. Okay, so. Next item up, we're going to do approval of the minutes for May 7th, 2024. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Public participation, a person may speak for no more than 2 minutes on any item appearing on the agenda. I know we have a large crowd, we have a lot of people online, so if you can keep it to your 2 minutes, I try to enforce that. So everybody has a chance to speak within the hour that we allot, which we might go over a little bit, but if everybody sticks to the 2 minutes, I'll give you a few seconds warning, and we'll go from there.
Thank you,
Okay,
Mr.
just
Mayor.
your name, and just ask your name, city address, and item number.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. Fred Nathan Worcester, 9-36. So the recommendation is that the spending limit to fund the climate migration revolving funds be increased to almost $2 million. What seriously do we really spend that on? Seriously, guys? Seriously. Got to do better than this. 10D on the Mill Street issue. I think you've heard about it all, and I have a funny feeling that 90% of the people here are here to talk on Mill Street. But in spite of one death, a motorcyclist who I understand might be paralyzed, and then you've got all these other accidents, exactly how many people have to die or be injured on the Hajar Highway? At some point, and there are people that are trying to blame the motorcyclists.
You can direct your comments here. We're not going to take any, I'm not going to allow any comments directed at the city council tonight.
It's
Okay.
pronounced Hagi, by the way.
Okay,
Okay, right here, right
but
here. Okay.
at some point, we can't be blaming a motorcyclist, because if there wasn't a parked car there, they would have just gone on their merry way. It's really sad that the city government has come to this point. And I do believe I have one more item here. Oh, on the shot spotter, number 11J. You know, There are people who call the short spotter racist. It's not racist. It's probably saved lives because it has been a shooting and the police are able to get there because they know where it's... If there are people who think it's racist, maybe, Mr. Mayor, they could put a short spotter up on Salisbury Street.
Okay, thank you. Our
Just
next
a
spe-
thought.
our next speaker, please, your name, see your residence, and item number.
Wayne Griffin, Worcester, Massachusetts. I'm here to talk about the Mill Street. 58 years ago, when I got my license, the Registry of Motor Vehicle Inspector Winkleman, I don't know why I can remember this, picked him up at Lake Ave, and we did Colburn Ave, and we did Wigwam, did the three-point turn, did the parallel parking, and he went out and measured how far my tire was away from the curb, 12 inches. I've become the expert on traffic law, I think, and I was given the opportunity on April 24th to speak to a group of elderly individuals that have changed their route and don't go Mill Street anymore. One even changed their bank and does not go to Bay State Bank anymore. That was on April 24th. And I told them about an accident that was that night before on April 23rd. By the time I got home, there were 2 more accidents the morning of April 24th. That's 3 accidents in less than 12 hours. That's not all the people's fault. Insurance companies don't say, well, it's the people's fault, it's the road fault. We're all paying higher premiums because of this. Over 100 cars have been damaged as a result of this. The only ones that are making out are Early and Speedway Auto Body. The laws of the Commonwealth still stand today. We've had a person die, and everyone says, well, he was 90 years old. No, we're training our 16-year-olds now to drive.
Thank you.
The Registry of Motor Vehicle Driver's Manual, which I printed off tonight so it's current, let me go right to parking on page 91.
Can you wrap it up right after that?
If you park in a business or residential district, your vehicle must be no more than 12 inches from the curb, period. The only exception is if angled parking is allowed. Well, after you get hit, the cars are angled.
Okay, thank you.
But-
Again, wrap it up, please.
Well, wait a minute.
I've asked you,
Period.
everybody stick to 2 minutes, please.
Yeah.
I'm asking to wrap it up.
Well, whatever. It's the law. You got to be within 12
I hear you.
inches.
Thank you for those comments.
Good evening. My name is Holly Montero, and I'm a resident of District 5 here in Worcester. I'm up here to comment specifically on item 11P from tonight's agenda regarding the Mill Street redesign, and more specifically, the bike lane. There are a few things that I wanted to mention, but I wanted to start with the fact that as a driver here in the city and who visits people on Mill Street, it's really awkward and quite nerve-wracking to have to park in what feels like the middle of the street. I understand the desire, and I have such a desire, as to keep our walkers and bike riders safe, but as a car owner and driver, I also desire to keep myself and my car safe. I have teenage daughters that have friends in that area, and now that the weather's nicer and they're out walking and riding their bikes along Mill Street and visiting Coe's Pond, so, of course, I would like to make sure that they are safe, but I'm not fully convinced that the current layout of Mill Street is the best layout to do just that. I know that when this layout was proposed, it was done so with the best of intentions, but those of us who may oppose of it do it with the same good intentions. I've been keeping an open mind and have been optimistic since the redesign has been proposed. and put into place. But the longer that it's been this way, the less optimistic I am. The main reason for my comment is because I really like the idea that Councillor King has proposed about elevating the bike lane. I understand that many cities have implemented this current layout of Mill Street on their streets, and it may be working for them. But as many of us can attest to, Worcester is a different kind of beast. So just to say that it worked in other cities doesn't mean it necessarily will work here for us. I'm a true believer in thinking outside the box, and I think that Councillor King's proposal is doing just that. So I guess I would say that I'd like to see the rest of the councillors and the rest of the residents of Worcester try to align with the same kind of thinking. And of course, with that in mind, if anyone else has any ideas that are outside the box that they feel would be beneficial, then we as a city should keep an open mind and entertain those ideas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. What's your name, so your residence and item number?
My name is Janice Tebow, and I'm a resident of 319 Mill Street and have been for nearly 50 years. And I have to say I'm very pleased with this new design. Getting back to the gentleman who died, that was a medical incident. He lost control of his car because of a medical issue. The motorcyclist, the police had said, had been driving erratically around the city and was speeding down Mill Street and lost control. In my years since that I've been living there, let me tell you about some of the accidents when it was a 4-lane road. My neighbor's fence got plowed over by a speeder. The house next to me, the telephone pole was hit by a speeder. There was an accident across the street recently, yes. The guy got out. When the police got there, my husband went over, and the man said, "I was distracted, I wasn't paying attention." A man in a wheelchair was hit last year. He was trying to maneuver because he couldn't take the wheelchair on the sidewalk because the sidewalks are terrible, and he was hit. His wheelchair was destroyed. He ended up hospitalized. Speeder. I witnessed a young boy who had gotten off the bus at Washington Heights, walked down Mill Street, decided he wanted to go across the street to be with his friends. A car stopped in the lane. A woman decided she didn't want to wait and went around and hit the boy, and he ended up in the median strip. So to say that 4 lanes was safer than what we have now is wrong. And excuse me, I welcome anyone to come any evening and sit and watch the traffic flow. We love it. The traffic has decreased dramatically. In fact, tonight when we came at 5:30, there were hardly any cars on Mill Street. We love it. Oh, and also, we haven't had the drag races in the middle of the night, starting down at Mill Swan School and proceeding down. All right? So...
Excuse me, if you let her finish, you get another couple seconds, you can wrap it up.
All right, so, and I can't see why we have money to spend to hire another person to come and investigate to see, do a survey or whatever you wanted to do. Why spend more money? Wasn't this money from the government?
Thank you, appreciate
It's
your
not
comments.
against the law.
Okay, the comments are up here, we're going to our next speaker. Go ahead, Lenny.
Thank you. My name is Len Zalaskis from Worcester, and I want to speak on 2 subjects of public interest. The first one being the Mill Street design, or the Mill Street Road. I'm fearful when I drive down the road. It shakes me up. My father is 85. He got his license 70 years ago when he was 15. That's how old you could be to get your license back then. He won't go down the street anymore. It's just, people are used to parking next to the curb, and people's brains, they get wired to a certain thing. And when you think of something, you are used to parking next to the curb, and that's what you want to do. Definitely, I asked the chief while he was here, I said, have they changed the law? Is there something about the way the bike lane is that represents the curb? And he said, not to my knowledge. So I don't know what that means, but I'm always, you don't park next to the curb, you get a ticket. The road is, to me, dangerous. My wife and I are both fearful going down the road. The second issue is, and she didn't get up yet, but You know, we need money for the schools. And this body that shows up at North when you're riding on the floats and at Union Hill when you're handing out candy, you never ever paid the amount of money, the minimum that the state says. This group has never, or the city council in general, some of you are brand new, it hasn't affected you, I can't hold you responsible for this, but the statewide average is 15.2% over. So if we're spending 145, do the math, 15%, I'm asking you to go back to the city manager's budget and put 10 million into the school budget from your funds, so there will be 5% over for the first time ever. Statewide average 15.2. Don't stand here and say, oh, we love the kids and it's for the kids and blah, blah, blah. Put your money where your mouth is, please, my friends. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker.
John Edward Keto. I live on Irving Street in Worcester. I'm here in opposition of items 7A through C and in support of item 11L. I was the former chair of the Cable Television Advisory Committee, and if you remember at the last meeting, the attorney that we hired said Spectrum admitted that there was in fact a senior discount and a handicap discount in the license. Now, they did not offer that discount for the entire period from 2013 until now, which is millions and millions of dollars stolen from our senior citizens and from our handicapped citizens. There should be no work that has to be done for the senior citizens of this city or the handicapped citizens of the city to collect that money. Spectrum should have to give a check now. So please unanimously vote for item 11L and oppose Charter's installation items 7A through C. You have the ability to do it. Make them come to the table. They are not going to listen unless you force them to. So start voting on those items which are normally just run through without a vote. You can do this, and believe me, this is something that is going to it's going to have to be dealt with. Millions and millions of dollars. Some of the families died. If you go back and look at our committee hearings, you will see that we had families come with bills where their accounts were overdrawn because the cable company kept taking the money out after they died. This is a bigger issue than you realize. Please unanimously vote for item 11L. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead. No, go ahead, Maria. Go ahead. Is your name, say your residence?
I am Jennifer Daly. I live on May Street in Worcester, and I'm speaking, I think, on 10D Mill Street.
Yes, that's fine.
So instead of complaining on social media like a lot of people have been doing regarding this, I decided to take the pedal to the metal and really ask the people on Mill Street what their opinion was. Stood out at the Big Y on May Street, where a lot of Mill Street residents and people who use the street. So in probably 3 or 4 hours work, which I don't think is that hard when you petition, because you stand at doors for like 2 minutes waiting for someone to answer. They think you're an Eversource person and they don't even want to answer the door. But I gathered a lot of signatures, 142 to be exact, asking to do the parking on the curb. And then in my visits with people, I learned a lot about the people of Mill Street, who I think are the most important. Some of the stories that I heard: a single mom had to shovel an extra 12 feet because there was a car parked and the truck couldn't get to the end of their driveway. So she ended up having to do it herself. Randomly, a Big Y signature showed me pictures, I actually have them on my phone, of the damage done to their car, simply parked at 10:30 at night, just got rear-ended, and the damage was really bad. If a car is parked on both sides of a resident's driveway, it's really hard for them to take it would be a right. It's like doing a 90-degree angle. Very dangerous for people. Getting out of a vehicle on the driver's side, the box is just so small. I parked to get the signatures, and I was practically on the line, and I was afraid to open my door because it's literally like hanging over in the travel area. Residents, from what they have said, has not noticed any increase in cyclists as a result of the change in the structure, and many Mill Street residents were upset due to the ineffective way of communicating the meeting to discuss the change. So with that, I will end. Please consider curbside parking. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is your name, say your residence and item number?
Karen Valentine Goins, resident of Worcester. I'm here to oppose items 10D, 11O, and 11P in entirety. I've stood here countless times before you about issues related to street safety. I always present evidence, talk about best practices, laud the city for forward movement like the Complete Streets policy and creating the Department of Transportation and Mobility, but this time I'm here to say I am angry. To those who would support these items, I say, how dare you, local elected officials with no transportation expertise, presume the right to make individual road safety decisions? How dare you elevate opinions and misinformation above data and facts? How dare you continue to prioritize drivers' convenience and familiarity over my safety as a person on a bicycle? You don't have to ride a bicycle to support travel, safe travel for those of us who do. Everyone knows change is hard. You could have leaned into that fact, educating yourself about innovations that increase safety for people outside vehicles and helping your constituents understand the value to the whole community of slowing down traffic with innovative designs and allocating roadway space to other modes. You could have led a campaign to discourage illegal passing on the right and left. Instead, you've chosen to ignore your own expert city staff, including DTM and Worcester Police, and listen to the cries of a vocal minority that falsely claims the redesign is responsible for multiple crashes. The critics say no one rides on Mill Street. It's not true, and it's scary that they're not seeing us. Many more want to, but are scared to ride on the streets, don't see a link between their home and the destinations they want to reach. Thousands of Worcester residents have said through Worcester Now Next, Mobility Action Plan, and Vision Zero public input that they want safer streets and more transportation choice. Meaningful choice includes travel by bicycle, which requires a network of protected spaces to encourage those currently too afraid to ride. Mill Street is a piece of a network. It's a community asset. There's rich irony in an agenda that includes these 3 items plus a large number of items today requesting new individual traffic calming solutions. I counted 13. Advocating a return to the demonstrably unsafe previous design is irresponsible and would be a serious misuse of funds to reverse the design now. Let's instead put those funds and the energy some people currently spend on outrage against the redesign on educating the public for the upcoming public input process for Mill Street that will happen as a part of the $2 million earmark. I ask you to vote against these items and come walk and bicycle along Mill Street with me.
Thank you. Is your name and say your residence?
My name is Adam Thilker, and I live in Worcester. And first of all, I'd just like to say it's a very embarrassing thing to run into a parked car. Years ago, I did it myself, and I can tell you the insurance company did not take it lightly. Now, that being said, I know that change is hard here. The fact is that in Councilor Bergen, with all respect, he wants to return to on-street parking, wants it up to the curb, and he asks that to provide best practices for the protection of bicycles and pedestrians. Now, these two things go directly against each other. Moreover, we know from traffic engineers that this is the best practice, what is being done now. If people wanted better signing on this situation, they could have asked for it. They haven't. What people want is they want to have it all removed, and removing it all will cause more accidents. Now, we're already #1 in the Commonwealth for pedestrian accidents per capita, and we need to be reducing that. This is going to go a long way towards doing it. If we can make this work on Mill Street, we can make it work on other streets, we can be protecting pedestrians, and we can be allowing more bicycles, which are going to be coming. We're going to be having more and more electric bicycles here in town, and we don't want those people hit. Now, the other thing is passing on the right. I mean, oh my God. Passing on the right and then running into a parked car. Now, that's really something. And I'll just leave it at that.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Goins. I'm a resident of the city of Worcester, and I've been asked to read some comments for another resident of the city of Worcester, Margaret Green, and we're addressing orders 10D and 11O. So Margaret writes, please, no, we're in support of the bike lanes as they are. Room for improvement for sure, but not to go backwards. Mill Street was not safer before. Yes, there has been an increase in property damage, but the two instances of personal injury were caused by the drivers. An elderly gentleman had a medical issue, and a motorcyclist was driving erratically. In the weeks before the change, a child was hit by the school, and a person using a wheelchair was hit near First Street. It is much safer crossing the street with one travel lane. It was like a real live version of Frogger. Some still speed, especially in the early morning hours, but significantly less than before the change. I feel the people who have had their parked cars damaged, but all these were caused by drivers in the wrong lane, going too fast, tailgating, passing on the right, driving under the influence. I've taken to referring to Mill Street as the zero driver accountability highway. Every mishap is blamed on the road design and the D5 counselor, and none on the drivers. I keep hearing that drivers don't expect cars to be parked in the middle of the road. First of all, they're not. There's one travel lane. Drivers need to pay attention. I was hit by Margaret by a car while waiting where the sidewalk would have been for a break in traffic to cross from Edgemere Market by a car backing out of the parking lot. She admitted to not looking because she didn't expect anyone to be there. We're heading into the season when it's too hot to sleep, and little kids around 7 to 10 years old will be out on Mill Street riding their bicycles before dawn, and most drivers won't expect them to be there, but they will be. If someone can't see a parked car, they won't see a child.
Okay, can you wrap that up, please?
Absolutely. On the common refrains I read on social media, it's far from people who have never seen a bicycle on Mill Street. Not because they aren't there, but some drivers simply don't look. Another, that people don't drive, don't pay taxes. How can I get my refund? There's some other issues that she'd like to express, but in the interest of wrapping it up, we'll simply say, please do not go back to the previous design.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Tebow. I reside at 319 Mill Street. Been there for almost 50 years. I'm really perplexed why Councilor Bergman is requesting that the city revert back to the original design so that cars can park by the curb and make Mill Street a 4-lane highway again. Back in December, the City Council unanimously voted to send a policy to reduce the speed limits to 25 miles per hour throughout the city to the city's Traffic and Parking Committee. Worcester is one of the few big cities in Massachusetts that allows 30 miles per hour traffic on local streets, and those higher speeds are likely the factor for the city's higher rates of deaths and injuries from crashes. How does anybody think that making Mill Street back into a 4-lane highway will reduce the speeds in our neighborhood to make it safer? Data presented by the Worcester Police Department did not find any significant increase in vehicle crashes again. Why would anybody want to bring back a 4-lane unsafe highway going through a residential neighborhood? Councilor Bergman stated that 2 lanes make it less safe for motorists. I don't know what motorists the council is talking about. If he's talking about motorists that are paying attention to their driving and obeying rules of the road, or is he talking about motorists that are on cell phones, not paying attention, speeding, passing on the right, crossing solid white lines at higher rates of speed? Mass General Law, Chapter 85, Section 11B, I think everybody should be familiar with that. That was passed recently by our legislator. And it was recently enacted that, in effect, means that a driver must give at least 4 feet of space while passing cyclists, pedestrians, and other vulnerable groups with who you share the road with. If you bring Mill Street back to the 4-lane highway
and a bicyclist is riding down the street, and there's a car parked against the curb, that 4 feet, now that vehicle must either stop in the middle, let the bicyclist pass the person that's parked there, go back by the curb, and then proceed, or that person must move over to the left-hand lane and cut in front of all the oncoming
Okay.
traffic.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Sure. The new design is working. It needs to be monitored, and vehicles that are passing on the right in the parking and bike lanes know they're breaking the law, just as every motorist that we incurred going through red lights, stop signs throughout the city. Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you. What's your names, the residents, and item number?
Sue Mailman, Worcester, Mass. On 10D, I hope we don't go backwards. I am in favor of these methods and hope that they will continue throughout the city in all different variations. Traffic has definitely slowed. Yes, it is confusing. I'm sure there's mitigation methods that we haven't yet put out that we will put out, so I encourage all of those. And on item V, I want to be here to support the EAW leader and her item for funding from the city for the schools. I am a rookie school committee person. I have only served for 3 years. And this funding formula for schools is absolutely insane. It is complex. It is wild. It doesn't get agreement at the state level. There is an item at the state level to create a commission again to review this funding formula, which I think is critical. Because what this reminds me of is how we pit residents against commercial business owners in this city about the tax rate. And now we're going to pit all of the city council against the school committee in terms of getting more funding. And at the state level, what I watched when I watched their budget hearings in the last couple of weeks is cities against towns, because towns like per pupil, we like inflation rates, and it's just nuts. So I hope all of us can come together in supporting a revision of our funding formulas, because they're absurd. And I would also ask that if there are unrestricted local aid dollars or fair share funding that comes in, that we consider that some of those dollars should be allocated to the schools as well. Thank you.
And just read the order so people understand what they say. There seems to be some misinformation, but 10D says, request the manager, request the Commissioner of Transportation and Mobility provide council the report concerning the cost of returning Mill Street to original configuration in a quick manner as possible. And said report should include the funding source. Then 11P says, I've been asked to read these, so I'm going to read them. Request manager address the recent redesign changes and actions to and on Mill Street as follows: return the street parking up to the curbing, provide best practices for protection of the bicyclists and pedestrians, allocate funds to City Council to engage a street design engineer to review the safety of Mill Street parking spaces, design charges, send any future design changes, proposals, and/or intention to implement similar parking changes to City Council to be reviewed in the appropriate subcommittee. Then P was request the manager review the Mill Street redesign for the purpose of ruling in out the potential for elevating protected bike lanes and the widening sidewalks, which dedicated walkways. Said improvements should be completed through the use of federal funding, receiving an amount of $2 million. Okay, sorry about that.
Not at all, Mayor. Good evening, City Councilors. My name is Juliet Feibel. I live at 53 Ashmore Road. I am here to address items 10D, 11P, and whatever else the mayor just relayed. As you might know from my address, I live in Tatnick, and the improvement to Mill Street has meant that everyone in my family may now use that road as pedestrians, as bikelists, and drivers. The week that the improvements were made, I went for a run on Mill Street for the first time ever and did not fear for my life. And I could tell you all about this children I now see playing in their front yard, something I had never seen before. I could tell you about the senior citizen who uses a motorized vehicle, who had previously needed to go into traffic, and now, my God, he can go safely. The family last weekend who went to the Cozy Cafe in Tatnick on bicycles for treats. I can't imagine that in the face of the DTM expertise and the Worcester Police Department data that you need heartwarming stories. I really do want to thank the hardworking experts in the Department of Transportation and Mobility because they have done so much to make our city safe. They have helped us see, along with Walk Bike Worcester and other experts here tonight, the relationships between property values, residential property values, and walkability, economic development and walkability. I'm just going to actually stand here and beg you to not fear progress and change. I'm going to ask you to listen to those experts, and I'm going to ask you to give people a chance to get used to change. We know it's hard. I'm asking you not to rip up improvements and to return us to a lousy design that generated decades of concerns, accident, and stress. Please do not make Worcester the laughingstock of New England, and govern for the benefit of all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Did your name and say your residence and item number?
I'm going to actually address Mill Street, the change in Mill Street. I'm sorry, I don't know the number.
That's all right, that's fine. Just your name and city of residence?
My name is David Fayard, and I live at 374 Mill Street, and I've lived there since I was 3 years old. And I went to the original meeting in Mill Swan when they addressed the fact that people going down Mill Street coming out of either square are going to be getting to 45 to 55 miles per hour. If you're hit at that speed by an SUV, you will die. So I think the changes in Mill Street have certainly slowed down the traffic. I have 2 dogs, and when it was 2 lanes, I've had to pull my dogs back, worried about cars passing and almost killing me. The main concern I have, and I see it as I sit in my yard every day while I'm grilling and barbecuing, is people passing and getting impatient on the right. The majority of the people that are crashing are illegally passing, and I see it every single day. I was coming out of Webster Square at the light. A gentleman was on my right trying to pass me on the right illegally. I kept going because I didn't see him. As we got up past the old Big D, he passed me on the right as fast as he could and flew down, flipping me the bird. They need to do something to stop the illegal passing. That's the major concern. There are things that need to be tweaked. I don't like getting out in the middle of the street with my dogs either, but a majority of the people have off-street parking that live on Mill Street. So that's another thing is there's not enough cars to dissuade you from going into that bike lane and passing. So they need to do something. Thank you very much for hearing me.
Thank you. What's your name, say your residence, and the item number?
My name is Oliver Chadwick. I'm a Worcester resident. I'm addressing 11O and the other Mill Street items as well. I'm a resident of D5, and I bike and drive on Mill Street frequently. I'd like to express support for the city manager and the Department of Transportation and Mobility in opposition to item 11O. Before the change happened, Mill Street was massively too wide and very bad design from decades ago. There were 270 crashes in the 5 years leading up to the change. Speeds averaged over 12 miles an hour over the speed limit, and there were frequently cars going over 50 miles an hour. It's fantastically dangerous before. I hope everyone would agree that going back to that situation is not what we should be doing. But that is what you're calling for if you're asking for the cars to go back to the curb. Anything else requires a complete rebuild of the road. And it's important to remember that is the long-term plan. We recently got the $2 million of federal funds that is going to enable us to redesign the road, and that will happen, but it's going to take years. In the meantime, we should be sticking with harm reduction in the meantime and do the best we can with the physical road the way it is now. And that is what the Department of Transportation and Mobility are doing. I want folks to think about the implication of putting the cars back to the curb and swapping the car and bike lane, because I noticed the order says that the council generally supports bike lanes, so we want to keep it. If you swap the parking and the bike lane, what you're essentially saying is that the area next to the travel lane is so dangerous that we can't put inanimate parked cars there, but we can put humans on bicycles. Do we want to plow through people in bicycles instead of hitting parked cars? This makes no sense. When Chief Saucier shared the initial data, it showed that the crash rate was about the same as it was before the change happened. That's obviously not where we want to be. We want to improve it, but that doesn't mean that this data does not mean that we should be going back to what it was before. The DTM are planning to install flex posts and additional signage. The flex posts will really help to demarcate the parking lanes where there aren't so many cars. And I strongly believe that once those additional measures are taken, we'll see a reduction in the crash rate.
Okay, can you wrap up your comments,
Yep.
please?
And even beyond the crash rate for vehicles, we've got to remember we have actually added here, it is definitely safer to be a pedestrian because you only have to cross one lane, one travel lane, and it's massively safer to be a cyclist. So please don't go back.
Thank you.
Very much.
My name is Ralph St. Germain, and I grew up in Worcester, and I've watched swimming pools be ripped out and put in at Crystal Park 4 times in my life. So a lot of money gets wasted doing things like that. I'm for leaving the road the way it is, but maybe making some modifications. He took a lot of the steam out of my engine. Those flexi posts are exactly what we need. Anywhere there's not a parking place, those flexi posts should be going all the way down Mill Street, stopping people from getting in that lane and passing people on the right. They ought to have the police out there too, because today I had a guy just nearly kill me over there. He's texting. You got to do something about enforcing texting in driving laws. I believe that's still against the law, isn't it? Well, we should have the police in unmarked cars and grabbing people. Every time you see a stop sign, and you all know it, you got to beep the horn to the guy in front of you. He's always texting at a stop sign. You can make a fortune on revenue that way, but at the same time, we've got to stop the people's behavior. I personally drive a recumbent trike that I lean back on. I got flags so it sticks up high so I'm safe. And I thought this was the greatest design I've ever seen when I saw it. But then I found that there was no input from any of the public, and that was probably a big mistake. And with a few slight modifications, we can have a great system over there. It won't cost a fortune to put those flexi posts and some signs like he said. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Crystal Buckley. I'm a resident of Medway, but I'm a teacher for the Worcester Public Schools. I came to speak on 8V. I stand before you as a concerned Worcester Public Schools educator with eyes and ears wide open every day in 2 Worcester schools where I proudly teach roughly 500 students per week in kindergarten through 10th grade. I see a lot. Public schools are the bedrock of every community. They shape the minds and hearts of not just future leaders, but of every member of our society. And educators work tirelessly to meet our children where they're at and to help clear the road and give them the ever-evolving skills that they need to get where we all need them to be. However, our current level of funding severely undermines this critical responsibility. As I'm devastated but not shocked to learn that the city isn't even meeting the state minimum for funding public education. This is truly disheartening, to say the absolute least. This is not just a financial shortfall, it's a moral and ethical one. Our children not only deserve more, they desperately need more from you today. They need schools that are fully staffed with professionals that have time, training, and the emotional bandwidth to be truly present enough to care for their needs. In many cases, their extraordinary needs. The current level of underfunding has forced Dr. Monterez to make impossible decisions, resulting in critical staffing cuts that will impact our most at-risk population the most, our special education students. We've seen drastic cuts to special educator positions for the next academic year, leaving remaining colleagues to wonder how they'll fill those shoes, and undoubtedly leaving students to wonder who they can go to now, who they can trust, and why anyone would do this. Our safety centers will also be eliminated. Safety centers were one of the few resources that teachers still had to help maintain safe and supportive classrooms.
Okay, can you wrap up your comments?
They reduced suspensions and provided for our most dysregulated students the time, space, and support that they need to heal with the guidance of a trusted adult when they re-engage with their peers in the classroom. We are losing teachers that students need and schools rely on. These aren't just numbers on a budget sheet. They're people who make a genuine difference in the children's lives every day. They're mentors, role models, and caregivers. And in many cases, they may be the only reason that some students come to school, or the only caring adult that they've ever had or had.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Hi, my name is Katia Corrales Yacos, and I live in Worcester. I recently heard a podcast on the introduction of cars into cities and how much havoc this caused. There were no real rules of the road at the time, and many pedestrians died. The automotive industry, worried about the effect of these deaths on their business, initiated a media campaign that essentially blamed the pedestrian. And in fact, I think that rhetoric is still present today. Since moving here 18 years ago, I have dreamt of being able to move through this city in other ways besides driving. And now that my children are teens, I have finally started doing that. I bike from the Burncoat area to UMass Memorial, but it's risky. Clark Street has no shoulder, and cars drive 40 miles an hour, so I take side streets. Biking with traffic on Plantation Street is a death trap, so I ride on the sidewalk, which is really no place for a bike, despite what people think. So why do I do it? Well, because it brings me joy, because it reduces my carbon footprint, because it adds to my quality of life in this city, and because if more of us do it, drivers will begin to acclimate. And I agree that we all need to be safe, drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists. I drove by Mill Street, and my husband has cycled it. There are spots with rectangles with solid lines, which to me are very obvious parking spots. There is a stretch of space that I agree could be confusing and probably could improve with signage. So as you think about the proposed changes to Mill Street, don't go backwards. Think about adding signage that alerts drivers of the parking spots, put barriers between the bike lane and the road, and institute options that slow down those who still believe the road is only for cars. Help drivers acclimate to a city that is evolving towards being inclusive of all transportation options. And as you drive home today, or as you drive on the way to work tomorrow, think about your loved one biking or walking that route, your child, your grandchild, your spouse, or that person in this city who doesn't have a car, and ask yourself, would they be safe? Thank you.
Thank you. Is your name, say your residence, and item number?
Good evening. My name is Melinda Martin. I'm a registered voter in the city of Worcester, and I'm here to speak on item V. I find it appalling that those elected in this city are not even doing the bare minimum to help the students of this city. The children are our future. If the city can't invest the bare minimum for our students at the local level, how can we expect success of our students? Numbers don't lie. The required minimum spending for schools is 100%. That's the bare minimum the city is asked to invest in their students. For at least the past 3 years, to hear that City Council has not even met that minimum saddens and angers me. As both an educator and, come the fall, my child will be a student in the Worcester Public Schools, I'm extremely nervous that she will not get what she needs in the city of Worcester. Every parent in this district should be saddened and angered as well. We should all be here demanding no less than the bare minimum. You're not doing the bare minimum to fund our schools, and because of that, as an educator, I have to say you fail. Just like with passing a test, you need a minimum to pass. You haven't met that minimum, so you fail. Is that how you want Worcester to be seen? I certainly do not want to enroll my child in the Worcester Public Schools where the City Council is failing to invest in those students. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Chair. My name is Tracy Novick, and I live at 135 Olean Street. While I am not here primarily to speak against items 10D, 11O, and 11P, please count me among the myriad of your constituents requesting that you stop wasting time and money on actively working to make our city less safe for pedestrians, bicyclists, bus riders, and yes, motorists. The base attempts to play politics should be ended this evening and should never be revived. I'm here to speak in support of President Verdier's public petition 8V. The first time I have heard Worcester's not meeting its constitutional mandate to fund schools for 4 years running mentioned on a council agenda. It should shame us all that it had to be done by the leadership of our Teachers Association. But of course, Worcester has been here before. In fact, 11 years ago this very evening, I was here to speak in support of then Councillor O'Brien's motion to fully fund the Worcester Public Schools for the FY14 budget. It failed. Let us be clear, the mandate to fund public schools dates back to the 1993 Education Reform Law, a law which was passed in part due to a lawsuit filed on behalf of Worcester's school children by the late Mayor Levy. Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 70, Section 1 defines a standard local funding effort applicable to every city and town in the Commonwealth. So no, there is no Worcester exception for building high schools. Besides, Worcester is hardly the only city or town in the Commonwealth to be building schools. Worcester is, however, 11th from the bottom of the 351 cities and towns in the percentage of our minimum budget that we are required to fund from local resources. 26 cents of every local revenue dollar funds the schools, with another 3 for construction. That is also among the lowest applications of local revenue to schools of which I am aware, and as you're aware, Mr. Chair, I do this professionally. I'm aware of no local community in which the schools are facing the revenue crisis, and it is, to be clear, a revenue crisis, on the scale of the Worcester Public Schools, in which there was zero effort on the part of the local funding authority to increase allocations to meet or soften the hit. As the statewide average in protected school funding for the current fiscal year is 125.5% of the required minimum, the vast majority of local funding authorities see the need in their school districts and have risen to meet it.
Can you wrap up your comment?
And
please?
again, to be clear, the city is not in the company of cities sitting on unused tax capacity out of fiscal prudence. It is in the small number of cities and towns that are not meeting their constitutional obligations to school children.
Thank you.
You make it impossible to effectively advocate for the state to further its support for Worcester schools when you don't meet the minimum requirement locally.
Okay,
It
can you
is
wrap up your comments,
ridiculous
please?
to request, I've timed it, Mr. Chair, that our local funding authority
Yeah,
not
roll
break
over.
the law, and it is, however, the request that I make this evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kirsten Frazier, and I live in Oakham, but I am a proud educator at North High. I work with multilingual students, teaching English as a new language. So it's getting ready to come to school this morning. I was thinking about what I wanted to say, and I kept hearing this song in my head, The Greatest Love of All by Whitney Houston. The first verse says, "I believe that children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier." Members of the City Council, I ask you this question. How can we teach them well when we don't have adequate funding for our schools? How can we teach them well when we don't have enough educators to give them the individualized supports and attentions that they need in order to see that beauty and gain that pride in themselves? I teach new members of this community the intricacies of a very complicated language, and we will all can all agree that English is one of the most difficult languages to learn, so that they are able to communicate the vast amount of knowledge that they already have in an effective way to those of us who only know one language. These are students who, by the way, may speak 3 or 4 or 5 languages. They're learning English on top of that. Most classes, particularly if they are newcomers, best practice is to have small classes. No more than, say, maybe 12 students in a class, so that those students can get the intense individualized support that they need. My classes, my colleagues' classes for our newcomers are routinely 20 students and higher. I cannot give my students the supports that they need because I don't have enough other colleagues to cover all of these classes, and we get in new students daily. Finally, basing the information, as we've just heard from a lot of other people, y'all aren't even funding us to the level that you're supposed to be. Being underfunded for a number of years, not meeting our legal responsibilities, would be basically, if you were in my class, I would be giving you this project back and saying, I know you can do better.
Okay, can you wrap up your
You
comments,
can
please?
do better. You need to do better for Worcester and for our future. I believe the kids are our future. Do you? Show
Thank you.
us.
Hi, my name is Justice Rio from 142 Burncoat Street, right across from Burncoat High Middle School. I wanted you guys to put installations of 5 crosswalks and stuff on the entrance of Burncoat High School and Middle School on the Burncoat Street side, right where the driveways are and stuff. Not going across the street and stuff, but right where the driveways are and stuff. Because, you know, in the morning and stuff, you know, kids going to school and stuff with their parents and, like, faculty, you know, they're going into those entrances and stuff, and, like, kids are also crossing the street and stuff on that same side. Not across the street, but across the street from the same side, you know, through the driveway and stuff. And it's like, you know, it's dangerous for them and stuff with all those buses going in there and stuff, and faculty and, like, you know, parents and children and stuff, you know, in their ride. But there's tons and tons of children and stuff, you know, students and stuff, you know, walking through that side of the street, on the right side of the street with the driveways and stuff, you know, with the entrances for each of those 5 openings and stuff, with the crosswalks, you know, I asked for and stuff. So, yeah, you know, like, it'll be a lot safer, and basically, you know, it's for children anyways and stuff, so it's almost like mandatory and stuff that, you know, there'd be crosswalks there and stuff. So, you know, so I mean, you know, when kids are going in and out of school in the morning and the afternoon and stuff, all these buses, you know, these big buses where it could like really hurt someone and stuff. So I mean, like, you know, it would be really, you know, it'd be really something you can do and stuff about putting crosswalks and stuff from sidewalk to sidewalk, not across the street, but sidewalk to sidewalk on the same side where the driveway is and stuff, each of the openings and stuff on the Burncoat Street side. And that's all. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Richard Froggatt. I'm a 4th-generation Worcester guy. I am a landlord, and I'm here to oppose the landlord registry. You know, my tenants and I have a very good relationship. If they ask me for anything, I go right over there and I help them immediately. I don't put them off, you know, for, you know, a day or anything like that. You know, on the initial proposal, you guys suggested a $300 a day penalty. You know, maybe you've rescinded that, but that was predatorial to begin with. I mean, $100,000 a year per unit, I mean, that's pretty serious. You know, I found that insulting, you know. The units I have, I built myself with my own 2 hands. I'm very proud of what I did. You know, you can't legislate relationships, you know. We have a certain, if they need a doctor's appointment, sometimes if I'm available, I'll help them. If they need a ride to Logan Airport, I'll drop what I'm doing and help them sometimes. I'll do anything for my tenants. We have 15-year relationships, you know, and I don't see what the government's going to do to help that, you know. Also, you know, you had the exemptions on the colleges and government buildings, and also single-family residents. I guess they're not susceptible to fire or clutter and that, you know. You know, so what's next? Rent control? Tell us what we can charge instead of the free market taking care of that, you know. And I haven't complained when the taxes went up, but I have to pass it on, you know. They have to pay for it, you know, and that's no secret around Worcester or around the country.
Okay, can you wrap up your comments?
It's just that, and also the constitutionality of entering people's property. The Fourth Amendment clearly talks about that, you know.
Thank you.
I mean, are you going to push it to where we get a search warrant to? You know,
No, well said. Thank you very much.
Things like that are what's been on my mind this spring. Also, you've been working on this for 2 years, I guess, but most of us just found out about it through a letter.
No, thank you. I
about 2
appreciate your
months ago.
comments.
Yep, thank you.
Hello, my name is Erin Michelotti from District 5 to speak on 10D and 11-0 regarding Mill Street. From my perspective, Mill Street is a success. I've seen speeds of most drivers reduced, bikers utilizing the bike lanes, parents parked outside the park while their kids play baseball. What I believe the proposal is attempting to address is a concern over speeding drivers hitting parked cars. As Vision Zero is meant to account for human error, this is a concern we should absolutely address in future street designs. However, I disagree with the proposed solution of returning Mill Street to its former state and removing the bike lanes. With 4 lanes, Mill Street was a speedway with drivers reaching speeds you'd expect on a highway, not a street with a preschool or safe in any way for pedestrians and bikers. To me, this concern, if anything, is an opportunity to add visual indicators where parking begins and ends to Mill Street and additional street projects. On Mill Street, there are the areas, these areas are already marked with paint. As previously mentioned, some visual indicators are already planned and will help. If needed, additional low barriers like temporary cones, semi-permanent raised beds, or a permanent median would provide the visual indicator to drivers while providing additional protection to parked cars, bikers, and pedestrians alike. I ask the council to please keep the bike lanes, improve them if necessary, but keep them. I have seen and benefited from the changes on Mill Street and am incredibly supportive of additional street projects using the same design. Thank you.
How you doing? Brendan Melican, beautiful District 5. Wanted to come in and talk about Mill Street tonight. Quick 2 cents, I think most of this has been covered. I've lived in Tatnick for 50 years now, just under. I've been driving in the area for, I don't know, since 92, thereabouts. I taught my son how to drive on Mill Street. I learned how to drive on Mill Street. I drive daily on Mill Street, both by car, motorcycle, bicycle. And at no point in my time over in Tatnick has this road been in a better condition than it is now. And I just want to thank again Mr. Raleigh for the time that his team has put into this. The improvements are extremely thoughtful, and in comparison to the old Speedway, a much needed improvement. If there's conversation to be had about the way this project was rolled out, which initially that seemed to be of major concern, that's a completely valid conversation to have, and it sounds like it's something the manager's been working on in terms of communicating better with neighborhoods. But tonight you were planning on having a conversation about whether this design even makes sense. And that conversation is being predicated on a series of accidents that have all involved motorists hitting stationary objects, right? And this is not to be dismissive of the tragedy of a loss of life or injuries, but the one thing that every accident that has been identified has in common is a driver hitting a stationary object. That's cause for us to be looking to remove people's privilege to drive. It has nothing to do with proper road design. Instead of wasting the city's time and resources on this nonsense, I would suggest 2 things. One, we should be getting out of Worcester more, all of us. I just came back from a near 3,000-mile road trip from Texas back to Massachusetts. What Mill Street looks like is what cities all across America look like. This is not new. It's not revolutionary. It's what cities and dense urban areas all across Europe have looked like for decades. We're playing catch up here, and it's kind of embarrassing that we would look to, as I heard someone say earlier, cater to Worcester being different. Worcester is not different. We're not unique. We're just another city. And if we have people that can't figure out how to stay in lanes, that's a completely different conversation and one that we should be having. Mr. Chairman, I see you're looking at your watch. I didn't come here to speak about it. I didn't even know it was on the agenda. But as both a homeowner and the child of 2 educator parents, I do think it's unconscionable that this city would not be looking to fully fund its education budget by any means necessary. And I mentioned being a homeowner because specifically that includes evaluating or reevaluating our tax levy during budget time. And thank you for the time. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chris Michelotti, District 5. I live over in West Tatnook. I'd like to talk about Order 11-0. It's being put out by Councilor Bergman. First, I'd like to express how tiring it is to deal with a very loud minority of people complaining about this redesign. And I can only imagine how hard it is for all of you guys dealing with these complaints. That being said, I want to come again to a meeting and let you know that so many of us love the changes and the direction that this street is going. The other day, my wife and I saw about 15 different cyclists, 3 lemonade stands, and a bunch of pedestrians enjoying the warm weather. This is not a sight that I would have seen prior to these changes. To the council members that are berated by all these negative stories regarding the redesign, I want you to know that no one is immune to propaganda. On social media, there's a group of people that will only highlight accidents in this space to make people think that the only negative experiences that are being had. Just the other day, a pedestrian was hit in the Canal District, and not a single one of these people from these groups have said anything. They are trying to control the narrative about this space, and the data provided by the police, on the other hand, is showing us that the changes look to be pretty good. And we must have more time with this redesign to get the fullest picture. I think that this is a perfect time to encourage people to develop nuanced takes. You can dislike change while acknowledging it is good for the community. However, going back to the way things were is a horrendous take. I'm constantly advocating for this city when I travel, and even have people in my life moving here because of how great this city has been for me. This city can be a beacon of hope for so many people who are already here and for those who are coming to join us. And in order to do that, we need to be a city that is constantly looking ahead and not afraid of change and trying new things. As someone who drives on Mill Street multiple times a week, I hope all of you will continue to support the redesign of Mill Street and start to expand this strategy through the city, because we have seen a difference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Greg Afsa, and technically I live in Cherry Valley, but I'm only about 500 feet from the Worcester line. I work in Worcester as the manager of Landry's Bicycles, and my commute by bike takes me almost due east, directly 7 miles across Worcester. In fact, it takes me 20 minutes to ride my bike and almost 25 to drive. It's super easy. Worcester is a very bikeable city. Ernest Hemingway once said, "It is riding a bicycle that you learn the contours of a country best." He was talking about not only the rolling hills, but also the people, culture, attitudes, and infrastructure you experience. When I ride around Worcester, I love the feel of a cool breeze off Coe's Pond, the smell of falafel from Shawarma Palace on the Common, or checking out the wildlife at Middle River Park on my way to Blackstone Bike Trail. What I also experience as a rider in Worcester are drivers with a blatant disregard for any speed limit, people accelerating to speed through yellow and red lights, and complete ignorance of what the different types of lines painted on the road mean. I watch drivers scroll through Facebook on their phones and watch Netflix while driving. Rarely am I given the required 4 feet of passing space when people pass me on my bike. This morning on my commute, 3 folks ran red lights. On May 22nd, last week on Canterbury Street in front of the school, I watched a man look everywhere but in front of himself and T-bone a truck pulling out of a parking lot. Cars continue to get more safety features, and yet traffic fatalities continue to rise. Bike lanes are not causing the increase in traffic fatalities. Bike lanes do not cause people to speed or run red lights. There wasn't a bike lane in sight on Canterbury Street when I watched a guy crash into a truck. Bike lanes aren't the problem. The attitude of drivers that they own every inch of the earth is a problem. A complete disregard of people paying attention to the most basic driving rules is the problem. The attitude that a life has more value inside a car than one that's outside the car is the problem. What bike lanes actually do is take more cars off the road to reduce congestion. They make neighborhoods more accessible for everyone who lives in them, and they make accessing a city much easier. The Mill Street redesign is a step in the right direction, and I look forward to the upcoming additions and improvements. I enjoy using it, and I haven't had any issues using the road as both a driver and a cyclist. I'm asking this city council to listen to the experts, stay focused on the Vision Zero plan, and keep Mill Street as it is. Thank you.
Thank you. What's your name and city of residence?
Good evening, everybody. My name's Athena Haddon. I'm a resident of District 5. I'm here to speak about the bike lane. I'm only a resident of District 5 for 2 years, and one of the things I was most pleased about is to see the design of Mill Street. I know I don't look it, but that it got this 60-year-old to think about buying a bike. First time in over 30 years. So I'm happy about that. I'm really excited about getting out there. I was part of the original CHIP in 2012 when we talked about building a healthy Worcester and making it the healthiest, I think, what year that we were trying to seek then. But we didn't. I don't know if we made it, but we're still working towards it, so that's exciting. I also want to see, I have seen on just confirms from my neighbors tonight to talk about the bad driving on Mill Street. I was coming from June, heading towards Park. A young kid driving a car with appeared to be a girlfriend chasing him in another car, came right out of Washington Heights without stopping. Thank God she stopped, but it almost caused a collision. So just to see that other people are seeing, it's really the driving that I wish people would improve on Mill Street. I'm happy about the bike lane. I hope that we're not going backwards. That would be sad. Secondly, I want to speak to the school funding. I really would like to see the children get what they need so they're not in my office when they're older. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jacob Seidel. I live in Worcester, and I'm here to speak against Agenda Item 11O. On May 7th of this year, Mayor Petty, you announced that it is Bike Month in Worcester. Now, just 21 days later, during Bike Month, our City Council is holding, under privilege as it turns out, a hearing to remove the most bike-friendly infrastructure project this city has ever had. We must avoid the temptation to react to what feels right in the moment when it goes against what is right in the long term. We will not create safer, more inviting, productive Worcester streets by catering to reckless, antisocial behavior. Mill Street, a roadway with numerous residences on and adjacent to it, a street with 2 schools for young children on it, and a street with 2 public parks, has the footprint of a 4-lane highway. Our Department of Transportation and Mobility, led by Steve Rowley, devised and executed a plan to re-engineer this highway into a local, pedestrian-oriented street as it is already being used by the local residents. The 2 fatal collisions on this road were due to the reckless operation of a vehicle at well over the posted speed limits. We must all understand that when we design roads to allow speeding, more people speed and more people die. Making reckless driving easier is not going to reduce this type of behavior, it's going to encourage it, further endangering the lives of drivers and pedestrians. The correct steps to increase safety on all our streets are well known and planned for by our incredible transportation and mobility team and covered in the new Mobility Action Plan. Why are we paying lip service to Vision Zero, but hesitating to make the changes necessary to make streets actually safe for all of us? We have to look forward. The status quo is not acceptable, and a step back is even less so. Requiring a meeting of non-experts to review every project our professional employees propose is not useful, to say the least, and counteracts what is in the Now Next plan and the long-term plan for the city. I also noted item 10O regarding reasons for municipal employees leaving the city of Worcester, and I'm guessing that undermining their work is not going to help. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Dr. Andrew Piazza, District 5 resident. So drivers have been able to drive and park on Mill Street for decades. And even in 2024, after the redesign, they still can. Yet it has only been within the last few months that cyclists such as myself have had a place to ride on Mill Street. At the March 12th City Council meeting, Councilor Russell stated, and I quote, "I'm not an expert on bicycle riding by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't see many bicyclists. I see a whole lot of cars, though. I see a whole lot of pedestrians. I see a whole lot of traffic," end quote. I can tell you that many people do ride currently, and many more would ride if Worcester had more than a handful of bike lanes sprinkled throughout the city. And indeed, Worcester does have a lot of car traffic, which some on the City Council have identified as a problem and have subsequently consulted research literature, performed case studies, enlisted transportation experts, and have made transparent use of WPT crash data to evaluate the redesign. Also, at the March 12th City Council meeting earlier this year, Councilor Bergman stated, quote, "I don't know whether Mill Street's a good idea or a bad idea," end quote. In an attempt to expand upon his position, Bergman says, "So maybe it needs to be rolled out better."
It's Councilor Bergman.
Councilor Bergman, my apologies. Councilor Bergman says, "So maybe it needs to be rolled out better if it's going to be used in other locations. Maybe there needs to be more of a pedestrian education program before it's rolled out, if it's going to be rolled out anywhere else. Or maybe it just shouldn't be done anymore if it's causing more problems than was intended. This kind of wishy-washy politician speak saying, I don't know, and maybe this, maybe that, sounds good to the ear, but it's also a way for a politician to make sure they are right no matter what happens in the future. I wish counselors would just take a position one way or the other like some other counselors have done. I wish that counselors would look at the totality of data to form their opinions, or don't. But let's not pretend that we are consulting the data when we are not. Other counselors take political risk, holding fast to their position, while some counselors claim they don't know if Mill Street is bad, and only after a bunch of vague maybe statements. If this is the new system where we are now sidestepping the experts at DTM to take immediate executive action based on second and third-hand accounts of crashes that are amplified on social media, I look forward to the council taking up my complaints about Park Ave, Main Street, Pleasant Street, Chandler Street, June Street, and others. I'm sure the councilors who are actually trying to solve problems would welcome your support.
Can you wrap up your comments, please?
Yes. I'm being sarcastic, of course. I think it's ridiculous that there are proposals tonight to usurp the experts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Eric Stratton, City of Worcester. So I'm here today to speak in support of saving lives, of a common sense approach to road design and planning for the future of our city. Orders 10D and 11O are not only misguided, but are short-sighted and an irresponsible approach to road safety. In many of your campaigns, you cite environmental issues, common sense, traffic safety as issues that are important to you. Protected bike lanes, this protected bike lane, absolutely aligns with this and should not be considered divisive politics at all, but common sense. One of you in your campaign materials even state that you want to build a stronger, more prosperous, and more livable community for all residents. Removing protections to vulnerable road users flies in the face of these efforts, and it is neither creative nor pragmatic. And these actions of undoing these improvements will increase the likelihood of people dying, something that I'm sure none of you want on your conscience. I'm a regular motorist, cyclist, and pedestrian in the city. I frequently traverse Mill Street. Prior to the redesign, I caught myself speeding regularly. It's not something I'm proud of, but the road was designed in such a way that it's easy to do. People who say that they don't see bikes there clearly aren't looking. They are there frequently and throughout the entire year. For me, it is much safer now to ride there. For those who are running into stationary objects while operating a multi-ton object, perhaps we should be looking at whether it is safe or responsible for them to be operating motor vehicles at all. How many experts and how much additional money do we need to be spending to be told that it's safe and the correct approach? Prior to the change, it was a harrowing experience, but thanks to the improved design, it no longer feels so. It is essential that Worcester, the second largest city in Massachusetts, focus on safe streets for all road users, and the Mill Street design is the right step in that direction. I feel comfortable now being able to bike Mill Street while towing my two-year-old daughter in a trailer and not having to worry about a car or truck doing 50 or 55, well over the posted limit, flying right next to us. While I recognize that some folks may have issues adjusting to the road design, we need to trust the experts. We need to trust the data. Please oppose 11O and 10D. Thank you for your attention on this important issue. Finally, please fully fund our schools. This is the bare minimum that we need to do for our students and our communities. It is essential that we fund this, and it is your responsibility to do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Bruce Hoffner. I'm from New Hampshire. I jumped in ahead of her, and thank you very much. So there's a bunch of things I'd like to talk about. Lincoln Street, number one. There's rats and stuff that are feeding very well on the trash that's left on Lincoln Street. We really need to do something about that. So I want to go to the Mill Street thing, and it amazes me how everyone's overlooked the fact that we're down 60 police officers and speed and enforcement is a common denominator. It amazes me that you sit here and take it on the chin when you need more police to enforce the laws. In New Hampshire, 1 mile an hour over the speed limit, you got a ticket. Take it or leave it, pal, you got the ticket. Nothing like that happens in Massachusetts. Okay, you just speed, drive like a nut. They don't care. Why? They don't have enough police. Why? You tell me. You're all sitting here. You all know all about it. You're playing your little games. So let's go past that. Let's get to Clark Street. So you try and pull out of St. Nick, and the cars are ripping up Clark Street. Every night when I go home, I usually take St. Nick, and I almost get clobbered just about every single night. Why? Enforcement. There's no one out there. Traffic department, I don't know where they are. They're under budget. You pay $500 for cadets. You give them $500 for a salary. You expect them to live on that when they're going to train? Why would they ever want to go into that? It's ridiculous. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Hollis Baguskas, and I live in Worcester, just off of Mill Street. And I'm here to comment in opposition to items 10D and 11O. I have lived off of Mill Street for 10 years, and the two-lane configuration was dangerous for pedestrians and cyclists as well as motorists. Excessive speeding was a serious problem, with unsafe passing putting other drivers at risk. Cars often parked on the sidewalk, forcing pedestrians to walk in the roadway. It was extremely unsafe for cyclists and those using wheelchairs or other mobility devices. The redesign of Mill Street is a win for all of those who use the corridor. Cyclists and others who use the bike lane are protected from cars. It is much harder to speed with only one travel lane each way. Pedestrians like my husband, who is an avid runner, do not have to worry about the sidewalk being impeded by parked vehicles. It is also much safer to cross the street since there are only 2 lanes of traffic. While there have been some crashes since the reconfiguration, it appears the majority of these are the result of driver error and failure to follow the rules of the road. The number of crashes in the period since the redesign is not higher than before, and this number is expected to decrease as people become more familiar with the design. It would be a terrible decision to return Mill Street to its previous configuration. The City Council voted to adopt the Complete Streets policy in 2017. The changes that have been made on Mill Street are in line with this policy, and additional improvements are on the way. We need to listen to our experts from the Department of Transportation and Mobility. They understand the best practices around road design that maximize the safety of all users. The City Council should allow our traffic engineers and road planners to carry out the Complete Street and Vision Zero policies that the city has adopted. Again, they are the experts in this area, and I do not think it is in the purview of the City Council to approve or not approve road designs. It is heartening that our city manager is committed to making our streets safer for everyone, as well as our District 5 councilor. I ask this body to be similarly committed, which means voting no on items 10D and 11O. Thank you.
Okay, there's your name and say your residence. You have 2 minutes.
My name is Dr. Julia Karpich. I live in Worcester. I'm speaking to express support for orders 11G, 11H, 11I related to youth programming services and data. I would also like to express support for order 11A for added traffic calming measures at Park Ave and Mill Street. But primarily, I'm here to speak against all 4 parts of order 11O. I live in Columbus Park near Mill Street, and I walk in the neighborhood after work pretty much every day. I used to avoid Mill Street because it felt like walking along a little multi-lane highway. It was dangerous, it was loud. This is nothing new. Mill Street had been like that since I was a kid growing up in the Tatnick area. Since the redesign, I have felt safer walking on Mill Street because there's more space between pedestrians on the sidewalk and motorists driving on the road. And when I've driven on the road, I've noticed that motorists, including myself, are driving slower. I appreciate that the city has invested resources to improve road safety in the neighborhood, and how the Department of Transportation and Mobility has provided residents with data and research on best practices for reducing speed. I'd love to see more folks, I've loved seeing more folks walking and riding bikes on the streets, and I feel proud that the first protected bike lane in the city is just blocks away from the home of Major Taylor. I believe we should be adding rather than removing safety and traffic calming measures. I would love to see the city make more improvements, such as added signage, flex posts, or other physical barriers that more clearly mark the parking and bike lanes. There is enough space on Mill Street for pedestrians, cyclists, and motorists to share the road safely. It can be hard to acclimate to change, but it feels like a misuse of city resources to revert Mill Street back to a status quo that wasn't working and that neighbors had advocated for decades to change. Thank you.
Thank you. If people could come right up to the, right on the railing, if you're going to speak next, come right up so I can see everybody who needs to speak. Sir, can you just come on down the railing? Next one, too?
I think we've got...
Okay. Okay. Is your name and city of residence?
Hello, my name is Sarah Moore, resident of the City of Worcester. I'm not speaking directly on it, but I would like to note that I also would like to support, our school funding item 8V. Primarily, I did want to speak again on the Mill Street designs, wanted to speak, in support of 11A, noting that we've made great progress so far in advancing traffic safety along Mill Street, and continuing that progress will definitely help keep all road users, especially vulnerable road users, safe. And in that vein, items 10D and 11O would reverse that safer street design that has already begun and is in process. We have our Department of Transportation and Mobility professionals who have been hired in order to create the best possible transportation and mobility access for all users. And in light of some of our approved Now Next plans, that this has been done. They know how to do their jobs. They're doing them in accordance with the city's direction. Reversing their work would open the door to unnecessary property damage, unnecessary additional injury. When more streets can be made safer, and I'd love to see, additional streets added to that, not just the ones that other people have mentioned, but also like Lake Avenue, Hamilton Street, I would love to see those, made with more protected bike lanes. That will help residents all across the city be able to drive or to bike, to walk, use other micromobility devices to safely navigate the city. Therefore, we don't need to either adopt 11P either. We don't need to keep asking for more. We've received significant data from these professionals that show that these things are going to increase safety. And instead of spending this additional time requesting more data, we could spend this time most effectively implementing more safe streets designs across the city of Worcester. So thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Is your name, city of residence?
Francesco Bavona, resident of Worcester, District 5. I'm here today to discuss items 10D and 11O, two proposals which combined would undo the recent changes on Mill Street. Reported crash data indicates that since the modifications, the number of traffic incidents on Mill Street has been in line with the 5-year average. Enacting these orders would spend more money to revert things to how they were a year ago, and we know that's not going to help the situation that we're in any. All of this is coming just weeks before the Department of Transportation and Mobility would like to be adding additional safety features such as flex posts, painted bike lanes, rapid flashing beacons. All of these are tried and proven safety features, which will make the number of traffic incidents further reduced in the future. So I urge the council to reject falling back on the reactionary measures proposed tonight, and instead let DTM work to provide safer streets for Worcester residents. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Isabella Schiavone. I'm a resident of District 5. I am also an educator. I have taught science and math in the Grafton Public Schools and the Millbury Public Schools, and I would like to speak on 8V and 11O. First on 8V, as an educator, I know clearly that appropriate funding is what gets our students the help that they need. With that appropriate funding not having been allocated in the last 4 years, there's really no way to tell what opportunities these children have lost out on due to that. I support 8V and believe that that money should be spoken about and hopefully allocated back. And as a homeowner,
I understand that that would result in an increase in taxes, and I think that that is a respectful burden to bear. That being said, as a science teacher, switching now to 11O, I know that force of an object, a moving object, increases with that object's speed. So by switching Mill Street to a one lane with parking and then a protected bike lane, we are reducing the speed of the vehicles traveling down. So whether or not that results in a decreased number of accidents, hopefully within time as people adjust to this, it will result in a decreased severity of accidents. As a resident of Worcester, I know that my side mirrors have not survived parking on many Worcester streets. But my side mirrors are plastic and children are not. Children traveling in those bike lanes to school, to the pond, to the park should be protected. Our disabled residents who need to use that bike lane for motorized scooters should be protected, and I believe that they should be protected more than cars. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrew Marsh, 212 May Street in Worcester. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I rise to speak in opposition to Agenda Item 11O. Any argument for reverting the design of Mill Street back to its original design, where reckless drivers could practically treat it like a freeway, where simply asking to share the road with pedestrians and bicyclists was an unacceptable infringement to motor vehicles, why, it is unfounded, unsubstantiated balderdash of the highest order. For this council to take all the hard work of everyone involved and unilaterally decide to toss it out with the kitchen sink just because some people refuse to adapt to the new rules of the road and share it with everybody else, to believe they can micromanage every single road design project in this city and still have an efficient, functioning government, is the pinnacle of arrogance. I have driven down Mill Street before, and I have felt infinitely safer with the redesigns than I did without them. My dad, who doesn't even live in this city, has adapted to the new rules of the road just fine. If he can do it, so can everyone else. This design has led to a flourishing of alternative methods of travel from walking to biking. This order is a piece of garbage that deserves to be lodged in a sewage pipe until it dissolves. And this council should reject it wholeheartedly so we can continue to enact safer streets for the city of Worcester, where the road belongs to all of us and where everybody has a safe way to get around. It's time to stop blaming the road and instead hold drivers accountable for reckless, obstinate behavior. I yield back the balance of my time.
David Webb, Worcester. First and foremost, 8V, 20 million from the school budget, 163 people laid off, entire programs uncertain. This is why things are hidden in attachments. Let's not waste much time on Councillor Bergman's current special interest. Just because he's fixated doesn't mean we need to be. No on the silly waste of time 10D and 11O. Yes on 10H, get us a report on if the Department of Inspectional Services is even able to perform an inspection every 5 years. Yes on 10K, get us information on efforts being made to address wage gaps in the city. Yes on 10O, get a report on why employees leave the city of Worcester when providing exit interviews. Why is this not already done? Yes on 11A, yes and on 11B. Let's prioritize crashes at Park and Mill Street and Newton Rotary instead of wasting time on Mill Street. Yes on 11C, invite CMHA to discuss evictions in the city. Yes on 11D, get a report on human rights complaints related to landlord-tenant issues. Yes on 11F, have the Finance and School Committee meet to avoid issues like 8V. Yes on 11H and I and G, holistic safety initiatives and arrest diversion strategies for the city's youth. Yes on 11J, information on if ShotSpotter has any useful impact. Since I have an extra 45 seconds, I'd like to take it to emphasize that we should focus on things like science and logic and data and not listen to Councillor Bergman's fear-mongering.
Excuse me, that's on the call for. Next speaker, please.
The fear-mongering is worth acknowledging. Other people have.
Mm-hmm.
Good evening. Dale Wickenheiser. I live on Ball Street, just off of Milliner Stearns Tavern. Not that I'm representing the Seven Hills Wheelman Cycling Club, but I'm the president of the club, and I'm just to show some sense of my interest in cycling. One of the things I was reading, DTM just is putting out a draft of their mobility action plan, and one of the things in there, they said that 42% of the people who live in Worcester don't own a car. I'm presuming probably the 58% that do make up the people that are in this room. And one of the questions that I was wondering about is, if I had to go from Stern's Tavern, where we live, to get to Tatnook Square, and I didn't have a car, I walk or I take the bus, which takes over an hour, walking, whatever. The bike lane, according to a report that they reference, 51% of the people in this country, or the 50 largest metropolitan areas, would use a bike if they had safe cycling infrastructure. And I don't know that all 42% of the people who don't own a car would suddenly start riding a bike if there were bike lanes everywhere in Worcester, but some would. And I would like to think that you all who sit through this every week, thank you very much for doing that, would want the idea of improving the quality of life of people, and transportation options would be high on that list. Because again, if someone doesn't have a car, how do they get to Tatnook Square? It's a mile and a half. But if they have nice access to other options, maybe some of them would start riding a bike. And I think that their thing is then is you say, well, now we have all these bike riders, and that would be a great thing, but I think the cycling community could be asked to be involved in helping to make those people learn how to ride more safely. No one's ever asked us. We've not had this problem before. But that could be something that we would be willing to talk to the city about. How do we make cycling safer for everybody? But we need to get people out on the bikes in the first place. And I think if the more lanes we have, the more safe infrastructure we have, the more people might be inclined. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Colin Novick. I'm with the Greater Worcester Land Trust, address 4 Ash Street. I was invited by the City of Worcester Planning Department to participate in bike planning back in 1996 and 1997. There was an effort at that point to put a bike lane on Mill Street. It was met by consternation by people, and it was not backed up by the administration or council, and here we are 27 years later. Every single open space and recreation plan that I've participated in calls for increased bike access. That's every 6 to 8 years over that 27-year period, calls for this kind of improvement. Mill Street has been designated as this route for over 27 years. This has finally happened. We finally have the bikeway that we've been looking for 27 years, and now there's consternation and an effort to make it go away. I would like to think that we're not going to have to wait another 27 years to 2051 to have a chance to make Mill Street work. I'm not sure I'll be alive. When it comes to item 11O, we're talking about best practices. Do we genuinely believe that the City of Worcester's planning department and engineering department aren't using best practices? I mean, is this sarcastic, or do you actually not believe your own administration? This is kind of offensive. As someone who's worked with these people for 3 decades, these are the professionals. This is what they spent their entire life learning about. This is why we hire them. We talk about engaging street design engineers. We have them on staff. We employ them. They're part of the design work. Why are we hiring someone to come in and do this again? Again, disrespect of administration. These people that we've hired to do this work, I work with them. They're colleagues. They deserve respect. We talk about sending any future design changes to City Council to be reviewed. I'm not sure that that's the appropriate measure for this. We have design engineers. If we're redesigning 290, we usually don't bring it to council. If we're redesigning a major intersection, we should ask the engineers, we should look at the data, we should try to make that work. I would like to ask that please we allow Mill Street to continue. I would love to not have to wait to 2051 to try this again, assuming that I live that long. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
What's your name and say your residence?
Layla Worcester. Layla Zambrano Worcester. I'm here today to comment on the school budget and the potential for school accurate funding. We see it, and hopefully the council sees the unbearable and extremely low and embarrassing number the school budget is set at. I'm a recent Worcester Public Schools graduate and have seen how students are affected on a daily basis by this budget. As I can stand here and give you a handful and expansive list on issues, I can only give you one example here tonight on what the issues look like in school. My junior year, senior year of high school, I knew a teacher that had to teach in a classroom full of English language learners, and she was fluent in English. Now, it's one thing to teach English language learners, students, and help them learn the language of English, but it's another to teach history and the subject of English class and other languages to a handful of those students. And not only in one language, not in two, but in her case, she was doing it in a good 4 to 5 languages for those students, which is what this budget has pushed for in the schools instead of hiring accurate teachers to teach those classes. Hopefully the council considers this budget as an issue rather than a calculation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Alex Salcedo, and I'm a resident of District 5. I don't know if I could pass some information to the councilors, if anybody could help me. You guys are going to have to share. I only have 10 copies.
We don't share one.
Well,
But we'll do our best.
We'll start today. So I hope it doesn't count against my time that you guys are getting the
I'll start you from
documentation.
Here we
Thank
go.
you. Thank you for being fair. So what you have in front of you is some pictures of a recent event that we had to celebrate e-bikers after they were reporting their riding their data for 21 months. We had a very nice celebration at Stern's Tavern, and one of the things that we plan to do after the celebration, in which we obviously honor the participants, was to have a bike ride. And it was, I don't know if you remember, but on May 18th, it was pouring in the afternoon. So we decided that we were going to have the bike ride because we were going to ride on the parking protected bike lanes. So what you are seeing, the pictures that you are seeing are the joy of people biking in the rain, not dancing in the rain, biking in the rain. And so I'm not going to say much, but I'm going to invite you, because thanks to that experience that we had, we're planning another ride for Father's Day. We're going to celebrate fathers with a bike ride. And I happen to work for an organization that advocates for safe cycling in Massachusetts. And I cannot say the word safe, big, and bold enough. It's called Mass Bike. So I would invite you. I'm going to come back in 2 weeks, and I'm going to remind you about the ride. I can't come back next week because I have to be in Boston for another event, but I'm going to come back in 2 weeks and remind you about the ride. Because I have come to the conclusion that until you don't live the experience of riding or seeing the joy of people riding on a parking protected bike lanes, you won't get it. So please, one of the things that I read this morning is that the opposite of anger is not calmness. The opposite of anger is to show empathy. So I'll be back in 2 weeks. And in the meantime, please consider to join us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Oh, okay. My name's Harlan Shepard. I live at 15 Esper Ave. It's off of Mill Street, near June Street. I lived there my whole life. I'm not a fan of Mill Street, but I know nothing I say is going to change. The thing I don't like about it is the buffer zone between the parking and the bike lane should be on the outside, because it's very dangerous for people to get out of their cars into traffic. I don't understand why that buffer zone needs to be there for passenger doors being open. That's pretty much all I got to say.
Okay, good point. Thank you.
The other thing, if the city put as much money into the school system as they do the buildings, would have a good school system.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Mr. City Manager, all the people who have stuck it out all these hours, and all our city officials who have been here since 4 o'clock, I understand. Thank you for doing what you do.
Could you give us your name?
I'm
and
not.
city
I always do this. Have you noticed that? I'm so bent on having my opportunity to speak. Leslie Saffer. I live on Mill Street, 4 houses down from June Street, and I'm in District 5. I'm struck with many things here tonight, and I only have a short time. I want to comment on the man who mentioned that you can't legislate relationships. I happen to think that relationships are primo, they're very important. And so I'm not here, excuse me, to speak against or in opposition. I'm here to speak in favor. I'm here to speak in favor of listening, of empathy, as Alex said, of relationships, of understanding and tolerance, and I believe that we can be in a better position to advance all our positions when we do it in a unified way. And I think, well, what we're really all here talking about is safety. I have many stories which I won't bore you with, but they are quite dramatic, of things that happened in our front yard in the years when we had the prior placement. I am not hearing, or I'm hearing people say things that I'm confused about, because I wasn't aware that anyone was talking about reverting to the way things were. The beef that many of us have is the juxtaposition, is the placement in the design of the parking and the bike lanes. Bikes are great. And listening to the people here tonight, I realize how much I'm learning and how much I have to learn. So I don't see that we have a beef here about the plan. It could be wonderful. What there are safety concerns about the current setup, which are in line because of paint. The paint is the issue. So
Can you wrap up your comments?
yeah, I would like to wrap up. And I'm trying to say that this is a democratic process for which I'm grateful and I'm honored to be a part of. And that's really the bottom line here. And I think that we all should be heard and we all should be respected, and that we can work together to make this the wonderful vision that you've had and finally come to after 51 years. I think that was it, 27 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to close this part of the meeting. We're going to go online. We have a few people online. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first speaker I can identify is John Rogers. I'm going to mute the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence and the item you're calling on.
We're going to end it after the last person who's online here. So, okay. Mr. Rogers.
John Rogers from Ward 6. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you. I am calling in regard to item 10D, which calls for a report/consideration of returning Mill Street to its original configuration. I'm in favor of returning Mill Street to the original setup. As I understand things, the purpose of the current configuration is to support bicyclists. I travel Mill Street from time to time, and I cannot say that I have seen many cyclists. As we have already seen in the short time frame the current configuration has been implemented, there has been one death and several accidents. My question to the council as a whole is, How many more drivers need to be victims of a traffic accident with this ill-conceived plan? I'm just not convinced, myself personally, that enough cyclists are taking advantage of this change to continue in the current configuration. Let's go back to the way things were, the way that drivers remember the configuration of Mill Street. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this item. I will yield the remainder of my time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Lynn Tolman. I'm going to try and meet the resident now.
Hi,
Hi, Lynn. Go ahead.
my name is Lynn Tolman. I live in Worcester. I bike in Worcester. I drive in Worcester. I walk in Worcester. I even cross-country ski in Worcester from time to time. I was really pleased to see our new Department of Transportation and Mobility establish a protected bike lane on Mill Street, which at one time was designated the Major Taylor Bikeway, which, by the way, was known as the Speedway even back in his day, 125 years ago. I really appreciate being able to bike there without cars whizzing by me too close for comfort, and not having to, and I really appreciate not having to bike in the dreaded door zone. I think Major Taylor, champion cyclist, the Worcester Whirlwind, would be spinning in his grave if he could hear the ill-informed backlash to the sensible safety improvements on Mill Street. So I'm opposed to 10D, 11O, 11P. Give this new bike lane a chance. Please let the DTM do their job. They're the professionals and we're paying them for their expertise. The crash numbers have not increased. The police are not blaming the bike lane for motorists crashing into parked cars. The reduction in car travel lanes is a proven way to calm traffic. And the parking protected bike lane is in line with the complete streets policy that you adopted. It's a welcome improvement on the road to safer streets for all users. Please don't revert to the hair-raising speedway. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the next speaker is Nathaniel Worcester. I'm trying to meet the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence.
Hi, that's actually Natalie Gibson of Worcester, District 5. I just wanted to say, as I've said before, that I initially was not a fan of this redesign. I have come to accept it, understand it, even when I've been online and see what it is that DTM would like us to visualize a more narrow street, which would slow us all down. But part of the problem is we don't have enough cars parked on the sides to give you that visualization. By the way, I'm speaking on 10D, and I am opposed to having it go back to the 4 lanes. We do need to have safer streets. That is a fact. What we don't need is to have so many people going around and making false accusations, making very bad excuses for careless drivers that should know how to use lanes properly, and they choose not to follow the rules of the road and go around someone and cause an accident. At night, the lights are brighter. The paint is very white. You can see it. Yes, there is a small area down on Mill Street near Logan Field where the light posts are a little bit spaced farther apart than the other ones. But if you can't see, then you should be going slower. There's way too many excuses out there. They should stop contributing a man's, rest his soul, his death to this, because we do not have the final report. People are driving recklessly. This is who we need to blame, not anybody else.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, the next speaker is Al Dancy. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Yep, it's Al Dancy. I live here in Worcester. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I just wanted to address the items on Mill Street and those regarding charter, spectrum. Also wanted to just say, of course, as several other have said, we need to fully fund our schools. It's ridiculous second largest city in all of New England, that we would even be questioning whether or not we should or how we can. Let's just make it happen. But regarding Mill Street, this entire project is another, what I think, prime example of our city leaders making decisions for projects without fully examining or understanding the downstream impacts. I think too often changes are made here in Worcester simply for the sake of change, or to keep Worcester, to help Worcester keep up with larger cities, and we're not them. It's another example of you as leaders putting the cart before the horse. Maybe you've seen how we repair streets and then maybe 6 months to a year later rip them up so we can repair or make updates to our utilities. Seems time and time again, we see poor planning, failed execution, and lack of accountability when things end up being a crap show. Stopping this project and backtracking would be a waste of time and resources, and ultimately waste even more of our hard-earned tax dollars. You voted to move this project forward, and it's now your burden to bear. Stop dragging your feet and making excuses. Finish what you started, and then let the chips fall where they do. Regarding Spectrum, you have the opportunity and responsibility to hold this monopoly accountable for defrauding individual citizens as well as the city collectively. They have failed to hold up their end of things and are dragging us all around by our necks. Do your job and represent the people of this city and our best interests.
Okay, thank
In
you.
the end, results of the Mill Street project, how you all handle it, and your decision tonight to have the guts to stand up for us or big business will certainly impact which of you will be reelected.
There we go.
We need
Okay,
leaders.
thank you. Appreciate it.
We
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Matthew No. I'm going to try to mute the resident now.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Matthew, go ahead.
Hi, Matthew No, Worcester resident. I just wanted to speak briefly about all the orders related to Mill Street and more generally design of public roads in the city. I think the orders are 10D, 11O, and P, but honestly, a lot of the agenda is actually dedicated to roads and parking, and most of the orders are about slowing traffic down or creating more accessible parking, which is funny in light of the orders to revert some of those changes we've been seeing. But what stands out about these is that they're asking not only to overrule, expert knowledge with some contradictions, like return to on-street parking to the curb, while also provide best practices for protection of cyclists and pedestrians. Those are kind of in opposition of each other because the best practice is what we're trying to do on Mill Street. But these orders also ask the city to ignore some of the stated goals and values we've seen lots of public input on over the last several years. We've said we want to be a sustainable city. We said that we want to be a walkable city and that we understand the importance of bikes and buses. With Worcester Now Next, we've seen this mobility plan. We've seen this Vision Zero plan. We're aiming for these zero traffic deaths, and slowing and calming measures are how we're going to do that. So to go backwards is to hinder, our ability to meet these goals. And it also kind of, as a pedestrian, feels like a slap in the face to go back to this desire to make things convenient and simple for drivers who are like weaponizing their incompetence or unwillingness to follow the rules of the road. Because if you can't tell the difference between a parked car and a car in motion, you should probably not be driving anymore. So I just want to, encourage us to keep moving in the right direction. Ask the city manager if we're going to ask for anything on this to find ways to better enforce traffic laws, to consider regular education for drivers past, when you first get your driver's license. And to speed up the installation of these more permanent changes that some have spoken about, and we know from, the funding that is coming. And I'll end by saying we should fund schools, we should fund libraries, and we should fund, safe infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Joseph. I'm trying to mute the resident now. Please state your name and city of residence.
Joe?
Yes, Joseph Zwerblia, 4 4th Street, Worcester. I've heard a lot of folks speak about Mill Street, the redesign, but I want to say that, we should all give DTM an opportunity to continue to work the plan for Mill Street. I know we're going to have a new redesign in a year or two. I think we should continue to move forward, support DTM, support our District 5 counselor, and, the mitigation steps that are planned. There's been a lot of community meetings. There's been a lot of back and forth every month. And the city's taken that input, and they have action steps to address a number of these issues moving forward. So I'm in support of the continued measures by DTM. I don't agree that we should go back to the speedway. Yes, let's make Mill Street a more safer roadway for everyone. Pedestrians, bicyclists, motorists, and get it down to one lane, keep it as one lane, and let's just improve upon what we've started. Again, I don't support these measures to rescind what we've done, and I think DTM deserves credit for what they put forth and the work that they continue to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Michael Santos. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, my name is Michael Santos, a District 5 resident. I'm here to oppose item 10D. I just want to say I appreciate DTM moving towards a larger focus on multimodal transportation options. It's severely lacking in our city. There's a serious deficiency in pedestrian and bicycle safety throughout the entire city. I would like to see, a complete overhaul of some streets. Also, Mill Street needs to be designed properly. So I think we need to take a look at the traffic volumes out there. And going back to 4 lanes, having 48 feet of roadway width for the traffic levels is just not in line with the volumes that you see out there. I think that there probably can be some improvements out there. So I hope that the city continues to evaluate, what more can be done. I'd like to see better pedestrian crossings, better lighting, and continue to evaluate the cross section. I also want to talk about 11A, which is also on Mill Street, but this is the intersection at Park Avenue. I think it's a really good idea to look at safety improvements there. That intersection is identified as like a HSIP location by MassDOT. There are a lot of pedestrian issues out there. I think that should be the starting block for Webster Square. We also need to take a look at that intersection, Main Street at Mill Street and Park Ave at Stafford and Main Street as well. Kind of that whole triangle. I don't think we should limit ourselves to just looking at Mill Street at Park Ave. I think we need to take a look at the entire triangle to make sure that the roads are properly sized, have the right turn lanes, have the appropriate pedestrian infrastructure. So I'm hoping that that is a start of improvements around Webster Square, because traffic flow and pedestrian safety are terrible in that area. So thank you. I appreciate the time.
Next speaker. We have 2 more speakers.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Margaret Barnett. I'm trying to meet the resident now.
Good evening. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Great. So I'm going to, my name is Margot Barnett, and I live on Glendale Street in Worcester, which is very close to Mill Street. I want to speak to those issues. I think it's 10D, 11O, but before I do that, I'm not going to repeat what other people said. I'm just going to give you a bit of my personal experience about that. But before I do that, I want to speak to 8V, that the president of the Education Association has given us really robust documentation that the city has not fulfilled its obligation in funding the schools, and it's just crucial that we do it. And I just want to make a point about the way the city charter works. This is not on the city councilors. They can't add to the budget. This is on the city manager. So the city manager's budget needs to take this into city manager needs to take this into consideration in the budget. Okay, now on Mill Street. I actually was riding my bike the other day on Chandler Street, which has a lane that looks like it's supposed to be a bike lane, but cars are parked in it. So I get to that, and I either go way out into go right out into traffic, or I go on the sidewalk. And one is illegal, and the other is dangerous. Mill Street used to be like this. And when I biked on Mill Street, I always felt like I was just taking my life in my hand. So today, I took a ride on Mill Street, and I went all the way down to where the configuration of the street has changed, up to the intersection with Chandler Street, and so the entire section, and it felt totally different. I just felt like I was riding in a way that just felt safe, and I get the points about the markings on the street being kind of confusing. There was one place where there were cones and some kind of a bar across that marked where the parking lane was. And I think if we had more of that, and maybe that's what people are talking about when they're talking about the flexible, I can't remember what the word is. But so I think that those kinds of measures would make a big difference.
Okay, can you wrap up your comments?
But going back, I just have another few seconds. Going back to the original configuration would really be going backward and is a bad idea. And when the final design is done, all of these things will be much clearer.
Okay.
And we need to figure out how to make it work.
Thank you. Nico? This is our last speaker.
The last speaker is Liz Lydell. I'm going to try to meet the resident now.
Hi there. My name is Liz Lytle, resident of Worcester, District 5. I'm calling about 3 different issues tonight. One is I'm in support of agenda items 11G to 11J. I'm concerned about our city's response to the increase in violent crime, some of which involves youth and young people. I know that summer jobs to Worcester from the state have been cut by over 70%. And just knowing that young people need, positive activities and jobs to help them stay engaged and on a good path. So with no jobs and no, safe programming through the summer, that makes me very concerned, but I support all of the requests that Councilor Nguyen made about how to approach this. I worry that no amount of added police presence will matter. And I've said this before, but I think that the thing that will make a difference is more funding for youth workers and counselors and not the police. So I'm in support of all of those. I'm also in support of 8V. I'm a parent of Worcester Public Schools students and an employee of Worcester Public Schools. I'm very disappointed in the lack of support for our school budget. So I know that this is leading to talented and important staff losing their positions, which will hurt students. And I believe that we as a city need to do much better. And so I call on the city manager to do that. And then finally, as a D5 resident, I travel on Mill Street a whole lot. I have noticed that people are driving much slower, myself included. It has certainly made a difference as we're driving. I think that the data shows it's safe. It's not any more dangerous than before, and with time and the improvements that people are asking for, I think that it will improve. I think reverting the changes would be a huge mistake, a waste of money, and I really urge people to not do that. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to go back to the meeting. Prior to doing so, Councilor Telhaji is asked to hold 11N. No, that was a mistake? Okay. 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 We are in hearings and orders. Councilor Merrill Carlson has asked to hold A and B in child communications. Then we have C. We have Crown Castle for a condo location at Northwest Cutoff, and also National Grid location at Marsh Street. So, motion is to open the hearing. All those in favor, opposed, supported. Anybody opposed these? We're not on A and B. I held A and B. We're on C and D. And so...
What number, Mr. Chairman?
So we're on C and D?
What number, though? What number?
Oh, 7 C and D, right in the beginning of the agenda.
See.
Looks set. Does anybody oppose any of these items? See nobody opposed. Motion is to close the hearing. Any motions to approve? Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Petitions, we have 8A, refer to the planning board. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8B, refer to Public Works. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8C to 8F.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll refer to.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah.
I wanted to speak on 8B.
8B?
Yeah.
On Barry Road? Okay.
No, you said 8V?
8B, right at the beginning of the agenda.
Barry Road.
Maybe I'm reading the wrong thing, but 8.
Boy, not V as in Victor.
Oh, B,
Yeah.
as in boy.
We just did A and B follows A.
Okay, I thought you said V, as in
I'm glad there must be a
void.
teacher out there. No, thank you. Okay. So B, refer to Public Works and Parks. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8C to 8S, refer to Traffic and Parking. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8T and 8U, set a hearing date for June 18, 2024. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 8V, Melissa Verdier, President of the EAW, requests City Council, requests the manager make up a financial shortfall in the past 4 budget years. The Worcester Public Schools are seen in the attachment. Melissa?
Hello, my name is Melissa Verdier. I'm a resident of Worcester. I live on Dixfield Road, but I'm also the president of the Educational Association of Worcester. I've come before you all before. I've actually had a meeting with the city manager before, and I have said that we were receiving the bare minimum, which would be 100% of the spending that is required. And then I find out that that is not the case, and that we have been underfunded for many years. And so I went through and I looked at the list of all of the cities and towns and regionals, and I found that we are one of 14 districts and regionals that does not pay 100%, but I want to make it clear that there are over 24 who pay over 200%, 2 of which pay over 300%. So I would rather strive to be those cities than to be a city that's underfunding. We have a $22 million crisis this year, and I'm not saying that I would say at this point probably $6 million in the past 4 years that we haven't received is not going to make enough of a dent to really do anything currently, but I do feel like we live and we are compared to districts around us that are paying well over the 100. I look at the other gateway districts around us, and we're a little more comparable to them, but Boston's a gateway district, and we are not Boston, but they pay 137% of their minimum spending. So I would like to have the council look at the budget, look at how we spend over the years, and fix this deficit. I think I've mentioned to the city manager before, it's clear that we want people to move into the city. We are looking to young professionals to move into the city, but we don't want them to stay here and raise families. Because if I want to choose where I'm going to go, and I'm a young professional, I can afford these housing prices, I'm going to go somewhere where education is more supported and just more welcomed. And so I am just disappointed to see that, especially when I was just last year speaking about how we were receiving the 100% of the bare minimum, but we're not. And so I know that in the past 4 years we've been under. I know if I go back a little bit further, we were above, but then I go back decade and we were below. And so I do think that it's important to really look at our budget and really put a focus on education and look at those numbers. You know, I don't want to see us raise taxes for those people that live in the city, because I think that can be detrimental to families. But I do see tax breaks happening, specifically on larger corporations that could probably afford to pay their taxes. So, you know, specifically, I read an article recently about David Clark Company moving, and they're having a 60% tax break over 12 years, is what I remember reading. So I really wish that we would put a focus more on education and look at those things and see what we can do. Worcester should be a beacon
Okay,
Okay?
can you wrap up your comments?
I will absolutely wrap it up. I'm kind of just talking out my heart, and so I really would like to see us be the beacon that we can be in Worcester, and that's going to take fully funding education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Council King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had some questions about this particular matter. I'd love to see this obviously go into finance, as well as we have a committee on education that usually meets jointly with the schools to discuss, given the assertion that this has been going on for a number of fiscal years. My question, Mr. Chairman, is, you know, in these particular documents, you know, from DESE indicates on somewhere in here that it indicates I'm pleased to see district was in compliance. I'm pleased to see district was in compliance 2023, and then there's another page here that says the district did not meet spending requirements in fiscal 23. And my communications over the years with the administration I've been informed, and I'm sure some other folks as well, is that we have been meeting our obligation. So I just want to ask through the chair to the administration to interpret all of this for me.
Mr. Manager? Or Mr. McGurthy?
Through the chair. So you'll see in each letter, what it intends to convey is that for the past year, the actuals, we were in compliance with net school spending. And then it's predicting for the future year that we will not be, based on how the budget is structured. But you'll note that in the 22 letter, it says FY21 was in compliance. In the 23 letter, it says 22 was in compliance. Correct. And it's not until the 24 letter that it then identifies there was an issue that had not been picked up previously. And what happened was DESE reviewed its data and realized it wasn't assessing charter school transportation against the city's net school spending calculation, not something we can do, something that DESE does on its end. And so during the course of FY24, they came back to the schools and to the city to say that the net school spending formula, as it related to Worcester, had to be reviewed. It had to be re-upped. And so in doing so, it looked at prior years that it already certified as in compliance and said that they were no longer in compliance based on certain calculations that they then undertook. The data in front of you, two things. To be in compliance not only requires how much money the schools receive, but then how that money is spent. Right. And that's part of the challenge. The city has given the schools well above its required contribution, but because of the way school monies are being spent on things like transportation and the like, including on charter schools, not all the funds that are delivered to the schools count toward net school spending. And so the end result, and net school spending negatives are cumulative. So what happens is the negative net school spending that they re-identified, that they went back and looked at from 22 and then 23, those numbers carry forward. And so what we're looking at right now is about a $3 million deficit that was now calculated for FY23 that carries into 24. In 24, we actually expect for the year to be up $1.1 million. However, because that cumulative impact carries forward, at the end of 24, the current calculation has us down 1.8 overall. For 25, the proposal that you have before you now shows us up for the year of 751,000. But because, again, of that cumulative coming forward, we will end up the year down 1.1. Budgeting net school spending is very difficult because it all depends on the actuals. In the end, what really counts is what happened during the year and how monies were spent. And so even if you look back at the school budgets, the 24 school budget shows us in net school spending compliance. The 23 budget shows us in net school spending compliance. It's as we go through the actuals and then understand from DESE what charter schools have spent their monies on, it then goes into this calculation to tell us, in the end, were our monies sufficient or insufficient based on the net school spending formula.
Mr. Chairman, are we saying that we're never going to be in a place where we're able to accurately report in a particular fiscal year whether or not we are even, negative, or positive, or what exactly are we saying? We have to wait till fiscal 26 to figure out fiscal 25? I'm just trying to figure out exactly what this is, because when it comes before us, and for me as an elected official, want to make sure that we're allocating the appropriate funds. And if there's a average, perhaps, that we're behind each fiscal year, perhaps we can allocate additional funds that way. But how do we get our arms wrapped around this through the chair?
Through the chair, it's difficult. And you asked the question earlier in the budget hearing about the school funding formula between the cities and the schools. The city and the schools have an annual funding formula. We increased our local contribution by $7.2 million this year to accommodate the year-over-year changes identified by DESE. That brought it to $145 million of city funds that go towards the schools, and as you know, that doesn't include the $22 million in debt service obligations that the city assumes that doesn't go towards the schools and doesn't count towards net school spending. The challenge is, admittedly, we're close to the line. When ultimately we give funding, the offsets to school spending are very close to the excess that the city gets, which means each year we're skirting that full compliance with net school spending or not. If the city added millions of dollars more to the school budget, to the education budget, could we be well over the line in case of a challenging year where more money was spent on transportation or on crossing guards or on licenses and leases? And that's admittedly part of the challenge. Schools are spending over $2 million a year on leases this year that 5 years ago barely existed. Transportation costs have gone up between the schools and the charter schools. So each year we will look back to see how we did based on how spending was throughout the year. There are some years we may do well, other years we may do poorly. We'll never be well over the line the way we've structured the funding formula right now. But when we budget, we're trying to look ahead as best we can based on both the school budget and the city budget for purposes for the funds.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, I believe you said that in fiscal 25, you anticipate will be down 1.1 million. Is that what you said?
So in fiscal 25, the FY25 budget has us exceeding net school spending for that specific year
Correct.
by $750,000. However, because of the cumulative negative that carries forward, that negative will be 1.8. So the 750 will offset the 1.8 negative, leaving us at 1.1 at the end of FY25.
So how do we get even through the chair?
So through the chair, the city and schools have had a long-running relationship on how the school's money is determined. The amount, if it's less than 5%, it carries over, hence the cumulative carryover that we see every year. Under state law, we're not obligated to pay that amount right now. We do have to address it ultimately. But as we look, it'll be two things. It'll be how the monies that we budgeted were spent, and then if there are opportunities along the way for additional funds to go towards the schools, we would look at that.
You're in your second 5.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Other question I have is, from what I recall when I first got on council, that we were appropriating about $1 million or so more. For what at least that's what that then city manager told us or led us to believe. And has that changed? Like what happened?
Through the chair, I can't speak to that. I know there are certain years, a few years back, the city manager agreed to use some of our free cash to address a shortfall on the state side, which was almost $1 million. As you know, we provide ARPA funding for school projects and ADA accessibility. We're providing ARPA funding for English as a second language. I don't think we've ever had a built-in $1 million excess per se. I think it might be just the annual net school spending over under. And we've probably averaged, if you look at the last 5 years, the net is $13 million over net school spending. However, again, the negative carries forward, the positive does not. And to be fair, part of that positive is a result of savings on transportation, where the schools receive money, the same money they were owed under the current formula, but since they weren't paying for buses during COVID, that money counted toward net school spending, versus today, that same money would be used for transportation, and transportation doesn't count toward net school spending.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion. I know that there's an indication here that we're not obligated to pay at this time the less than 5% that was referenced, but that we have to address it at some point. I'd like to report back regarding what exactly that strategy is going to look like, Mr. Chairman. And, you know, this wouldn't have come, at least to my attention, if this wasn't brought forward by the union. And these are things that we as counselors should be appraised of on an ongoing basis. I understand some of the challenges, but at the same time, we want to make sure that we can meet our requirements. And I understand the issues of the carryover. But I would like for this body to be informed again. We have a committee that we can meet along with the school folks to be appraised and kept abreast of these things. And, you know, further, Mr. Chairman, I would ask by way of a motion to ask the city manager to determine prior to the end of this budget process if we can try to break even somehow, some way for fiscal 25. Thank you.
Okay. So I'll send that to the manager for a report back, a detailed report back, and I'll go from there. Are those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. 8W has been held. The privilege. We got a few items that some councils asked me to take out of order, if you don't mind. The first one being 12A, which is a resolution that the City Council of Worcester does hereby declare May 2024 as Ethan Dantos Syndrome and Hypermobility Spectrum Disorder Awareness Month. Councilor Haji.
I will let Mr. Rogers say her piece.
So we need to suspend the rules for that. So I know you've been here all night, so.
Sorry, I'll be very quick.
All those suspend the rules, those in favor? Okay.
So I'm Yenny DeRoche. I'm a resident of Worcester. Thank you for issuing this proclamation for Hypermobility Spectrum Disorder and Ehlers-Danlos Syndrome Awareness Month. Your action not only acknowledges the challenges faced by those with EDS, but also brings much needed attention to this and other rare and undiagnosed conditions. EDS is a degenerative, multi-systemic genetic disorder with no cure or treatment, only symptom management. As a connective tissue disorder, it affects all collagen in the body. This leads to co-diagnoses that affect gastric, urinary, heart, brain, reproductive, etc. systems. It frequently initially presents with extra flexibility, stretchy skin, chronic spasms, and dislocations. Some forms are more serious than others. The vascular form, typically the most severe, can reduce life expectancy by up to 20 years. While currently listed as rare, recent studies suggest that EDS may affect in 1 in 600 people, not the 1 in 5,000 currently used, which would make it not rare. Unfortunately, while 12 of these types of EDS have genetic markers identified, the 13th, hypermobile, which is mine, does not. All forms include hypermobility, though. So while many doctors dismiss EDS if they've even ever heard of it, since in medical school they are taught, when you hear hoofbeats, think horses, not zebras. This leads to the misdiagnosis, mistreatment, and underdiagnosis of rare conditions like EDS. Doctors instead treat the symptoms separately or dismiss them with excuses such as, your labs are fine, everyone has that, it only happens to older people, it's just in your head. One of the particularly heartbreaking consequences of this dismissiveness is my loss of fertility and near death in 2019. Had my endometriosis caused by my EDS, but not rare on its own, been diagnosed and treated 20 years ago, I could have preserved my fertility. In 2019, I had an outpatient endometriosis surgery that was botched due to EDS complications, resulting in me nearly bleeding out on the operating table twice within 2 days. Proper and prompt diagnosis of rare disorders and any disorder saves lives. Living with EDS presents daily challenges. I have to use many assistive devices like these forearm crutches I've got here tonight. And a path to diagnosis comes from being aware of rare disorders. So people have learned about this from me on social media, have thanked me for it. I've had at least 5 people say that they got diagnosed directly from my posts. I learned about it from a YouTuber who was completely unrelated. But sharing more information about these conditions can help others recognize and seek appropriate care. If we do not share information on rare disorders, we allow our doctors to treat us like horses, not the zebras that we are. I want to highlight that May is also Mental Health Awareness Month and Cystic Fibrosis Awareness Month, amongst others. This proclamation not only raises the profile of this EDS rare genetic disorder, but also raises the awareness of genetic disorders in general. So many people suffer from doctors not connecting multisystemic health conditions with rare disorders that could help their patients and even save their lives, even if it's just giving the condition a name. If you or someone you know is experiencing multisystemic issues, please discuss it with your health care providers. Do not let them dismiss you. They don't always have the most up-to-date information. If you have EDS and are looking for doctor referrals or any other support or commiseration, we have a Facebook group for here in Central Mass, and I'd be happy to connect anyone with it if they're interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a resolution. We take a roll call vote on that. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. We have 2 other items as people have asked, 15A and 14C. So 15A is a motion to accept and adopt on the roll call, which is a Public Works, item came out of Public Works regarding the 870,000, oh, I can't even see it, $826,710 be transferred from the snow and mile account to the appropriate cost centers. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 14C, point of communication, City Mayor recommended adoption of resolution authorizing amendment to the tax American financing plan for 18 to 20 Franklin Street. Recommend adoption of the order. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. We are 9.3A. Recommend adoption of salary ordinance amendment necessary to implement the city's recently completed collective bargaining agreement with Local 490 NAGE clerks. Roll call.
Mr. Mayor, this is to advertise the ordinance. Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty.
Yes. 9.4A, this is the adoption of the U.S. Housing and Urban Development Entitlement Program, Program Year 50. Council Russell?
I need to recuse myself, Mr.
I
Chairman.
think
Does
Council
anybody else
Bergman.
need to recuse themselves on this item? This is block grant money that goes to a number of organizations. I'm not sure if anybody sits on any boards or commissions. I don't think so. Okay. So we will send, we're not going to vote anyway. We're going to send that to Public Health and Human Services Committee for a hearing. Mr. Ojeda, you need a hearing on that, send it back to council. Lewis, in so many days. Okay. We're going to send that to your committee for a public hearing. Yeah. And I think it has to be brought back in so many days. Yeah, you get that. Okay, those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Recommend adoption of a preservation restriction on the portion of property at 36 Butler Street. Recommend adoption.
Mr. Mayor, I think Council Bergman has to recuse himself.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
On this one here, George? Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I just have a quick question through you to the administration and Mr. Dunn.
Sure.
That the neighborhood has had input on this item, and there has been a public hearing on this item.
Through the chair, that is correct. It started with a building demolition delay waiver petition from the former owner last July, and so that clock for 1 year until the building could be demolished would be expiring this July. And in the interim, the Historic Commission has had a number of meetings specifically about this memorandum of agreement as a way to have an alternative to preserve that property, not see it demolished. It has been sold. There is a new owner of the property now, and this was a mutually agreeable arrangement between the city through the Historic Commission as well as the property owner, rather than going through what the Historic Commission was considering, was studying a single building local historic district. So we felt like this was the right vehicle to achieve a similar goal at the end, and there were a number of meetings on that folks could have participated.
Mr. Chairman, just as a follow-up, this does not, am I correct, Mr. Dunn, through you, Mr. Chairman? This does not approve any specific amount of units or any other development on that site?
No, this is about the preservation of the building. It would provide some flexibility if the building needed to be repositioned slightly on the site, but it doesn't approve any housing specifically.
Okay, so motions to approve, roll call.
Council Berman recused himself. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Aguirre?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. Transmitting information, communication of the update on inclusionary zoning and certain housing project delays. I'm going to send a report to ED. Council Hydria?
Yeah, three quick questions through your chair to Mr. Dunn on the report. Thank you, Mr. Dunn. I appreciate getting an update on where we are with inclusionary zoning. Just three quick questions. Of the held units on page 5, am I reading that accurately, that other than 274 Franklin Street, the rest are not, they're not going to be included under inclusionary zoning?
Through the chair to the councilor, that's correct in that these projects had received entitlements before inclusionary zoning was adopted. So whether that was a building permit or a planning board filing or potentially a variance as well. I would call attention to one project though, in particular, the building permit at 340 Main Street had expired. So they are now subject to inclusionary zoning.
That's great. And for Silver Brick, regarding Silver Brick, do we have any inclination as to the composition of the units that they might be looking to do regarding inclusionary zoning, or?
Through the chair to the council, I think at this time it's unlikely that this particular developer would proceed with that project. They have listed it for sale, so it would be really up to the buyer and the next developer in potentially working with the city on trying to figure out what the exact composition would be. But that building permit was expired, and I think it's a relevant comment as well, just because for some of these other ones, I think in most cases they are planning board filings, so they have a little bit longer of a shelf life on them before potentially becoming applicable to inclusionary zoning as well, but they're not in perpetuity. So if these projects don't get going in a certain time period, it depends when their filings were, they're not exempted from inclusionary zoning in perpetuity. So I just want to make sure that was understood.
Oh, good. That's good to know. And just for clarity, other than 274 Franklin Street and potentially 340 Main Street, depending on what the buyer does, the remainder are market rate. There's no opportunity for us to advocate for adding additional or any affordable housing units to these projects.
Through the chair to the councilor, what has been permitted in this list was intended to be market rate, other than the two comments we had made earlier. But again, if these particular developers with their plans don't succeed in completing their financing and progressing with the project, it could be that we'd be having a conversation with somebody else in that regard, particularly as it relates to the financing. As we've kind of seen, and the theme of this item is that many folks are trying to now bridge financing gaps. So there are no specific affordability requirements in these projects other than the 36 that we had negotiated as part of the tax increment exemption agreement with Go Venture Capital at 274 Franklin Street. But again, the possibilities still exist because we just don't know what the future will hold with these properties.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, the market, it seems pretty hard now to finance any projects. I mean, I would advocate for 12 Front Street and 90 Grove Street if there is any advocacy that the administration can do in terms of the composition to be more on the 60% AMI on the lower end, as opposed to only 80% AMI. That would be my request. And then lastly, I know that a lot of folks, particularly, I had at least one senior who reached out to me because she wasn't sure when these projects were coming online. Is there any way that we could do some robust and aggressive outreach, or at least some educational campaign to let people know how they can apply for these units? I know that the developer themselves or the marketing company that they work with will do a lottery system, but I don't think that a lot of our residents know that process. And if there's any way that we can do, and any information that you could submit to us so that we can allow our residents to know. I know that typically these application processes and lotteries are very hard, competitive, and the process is a little bit difficult. I would like to find a way to work potentially with whomever is going to manage these projects to simplify those applications as much as possible, and as well as any help from you to make sure that we're distributing this information to our residents. And thanks for submitting the report.
Okay, Councilor Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll support my colleagues' recommendations. That's 12 Front Street, 90 Grove Street, that we're looking to try to advocate for 60% or below AMI. My question to the chair, to the administration, is pertaining to this report's comments relative to local zoning constraints. I know I think might have been in budget where this was discussed previously, or at our last city council meeting. But if you could speak to the local zoning constraints specifically and how that's impacted us here in Worcester, through the chair.
Sure. Through the chair to the council, I think you're referring to in the section that we have in this report about market conditions, there's a piece about zoning and how local zoning ordinance play an important role in housing development and land use generally, yes. And that zoning can be a constraint to housing production. For us in Worcester, usually urban communities like Worcester have a decent amount of areas that housing is allowed to be built by right, that multi-family housing is allowed to be built by right, compared with some smaller communities that might have single family only, or if it's going to be multifamily, it needs a special permit. So we do have pretty decent base zoning, but as you know, our zoning, most of it, even though there's been incremental changes to it over the years, a lot of the base of our zoning ordinance dates back to the 60s and 70s, and so it's one of the reasons we undertook the whole Worcester Now Next long-range plan. And one of the particular recommendations out of that, one of which, or two recommendations out of that have either started or have been accomplished. So the one that's been submitted to the city council and has been adopted was the accessory dwelling units, so allowing for accessory dwelling units in the city. And then one of the other early action items that was recommended out of the plan that we're thinking through now and plan to submit something to the city council, I would say certainly before the end of the calendar year, and we'll see how quickly we can get it in. More like the end of summer or fall would be my goal on that, but we just are managing capacity on that right now. But the other recommendation is to reduce off-street parking requirements, particularly for housing. I think we're going to look at it a little bit more holistically in terms of other land uses, but in particular where the housing crisis needs to be addressed, and a lot of communities have pretty significant off-street parking ratios per housing unit. Ours, the base level is 2.0, two spaces per unit. Some areas of the city, it's less. Obviously downtown, there's no off-street parking requirements, but I think there's room for improvement on what our zoning ordinance says now, and that was recommended by the folks that put together the plan that we have now. And so we're just trying to think through, we know not every neighborhood is the same. It might not be a one size fits all type approach. So we're starting to think through those details, because it is very involved to think that all through and balance it and get to the right recommendation for the council and the planning board to consider.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With respect to project feasibility, it indicates in your report here that there are macroeconomic factors which are, and it says here, harder to influence at the local level. My question to the chair is in your area of expertise as relates to this, What has worked in lifting communities out of conditions such as these on a state or a federal level, through the chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, I think the idea behind that comment is that there is only so much influence you can have on a local level, because we know we're not going to just bring down the interest rate overnight, because we want it to be lower overnight. So there are many things that are outside of our control, but I think it's really thinking about what are the local levers that we do control, like zoning and other things locally that we can look at and potentially make adjustments to or modifications to, particularly if we're seeing those local levers negatively inhibit housing production. And so that's, you know, some of the things that we've done really over the last few years. If you think about the new tools we've added to our toolbox in terms of programs and initiatives, particularly on the financing side of things, and it was certainly helpful to have the American Rescue Plan Act at our disposal to be able to do some of those things. But now looking at zoning, as was described earlier, you know, that we can at least try to do some things within our local kind of sphere of influence to move the needle as much as we can, but knowing that some of these macroeconomic trends are just outside of local control is just a reality that we need to kind of understand and work through.
Thank you. I'm just reading here some of the comments that you made regarding local, state, and federal support, helping moving housing production. You know, I just wanted to state again, you know, when we were going through this inclusionary zoning process, you know, we didn't quite land where we could have. You know, and one of the things I consistently spoke about was that historically, when in many places, when inclusionary zoning was adopted, we saw a delay that was not the result of the inclusionary zoning measures, but rather the production had crested, economic development, housing production had crested, and many macro factors were at play, and this is exactly what we're looking at. You know, if we had our ducks in a row, we would have been a little further ahead of this, but certainly appreciate all the work that's being done here, and I'm looking forward to the feasibility study that's referenced, that's being conducted by the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission. Is that still on target to be received by this body?
You're into your second five.
Sometime before the summer.
Through the chair to the counselor, our hope on that is June 18th. It's kind of dependent on that third party, as you mentioned, the Central Mass Regional Planning Commission, but our hope is to get it into the council as soon as possible, because we want to also make sure that we're getting it to the state as soon as we can, because our deadline for total compliance with the MBTA communities law is December. So for whatever reason we need to do something to bring ourselves into compliance. I think we don't foresee that happening, but we want to make sure that the state has some time. I think they give us at least 3 months in terms of what their review time would be. So if we get that to them in June, and 3 months from there, we're in September, we anticipate a favorable review, but you know, have a little wiggle room in case we need to do any such action that they recommend. We want to have, you know, 3 months or so to be able to make those modifications or adjustments if they identify anything that's necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. So send this to ED? Okay. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered? Yes, Councilor.
Mr. Chairman, I was hoping that we could reconsider 7B.
I don't think we have to reconsider it. We didn't take a vote. It was held under privilege, so we can just take off the privilege, and we can open up for a hearing, if you like.
That'd be great.
Okay, so go back to 7B. Motion is to open the hearing on 7B on Warrowood Drive. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Anybody opposed this action for a condo location on Warrowood Drive? Seeing nobody in opposition. Motion is to close the hearing. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. And motion is to adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. We are on. Okay, Transfer of Information Communication Road to the Tree City USA Award 2023. Well, good job, everyone. And how many years in a row do we get that? So congratulations, much appreciated. Good job, Mr. Manager, Mr. J. Fink, and the whole Worcester, really the whole Worcester community putting that together. So we can file that. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Recommend adoption of a grant of easement for National Grid for the Apricot Street Pump Station. Motion is adopted on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Caloria?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? Yes. Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? Mayor Petty?
Yes.
Yes. Transmit information communication over the processes following natural disasters. Well, excellent report, and we'll send that to public safety. Let's, Council Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I look forward to discussing it in public safety, but I did have just a question that perhaps he could be prepared for. Under this, I had a question. What is the plan if all communication electronics that is inclusive of the city computer system, if they fail? And what are the alternatives that we have, and have we had any interdepartmental training on this? So,
Okay, what?
all right.
An answer now or a report?
Oh, I'm happy to get a report on it.
Okay.
If you can answer it now, that's great.
Okay, let's go for it. One last report.
So with regard to all the communication methods, we work with all of the various cellular companies to have emergency response capabilities into the city. So each one of them, for better or for worse, they have what's called a COW, which is a cellular system on wheels that they can bring in, and they're all within about 30 to 60 minutes distance to the city. That can help us power up cellular service in either a specific portion of the city, or they can bring multiple in to power up cellular service across the city. We also have been working to have diverse paths for fiber connections to all of our different major infrastructure buildings. So if one set of fiber goes down, we always have a backup set of fiber to connect to. And we're also working with the Homeland Security Committee and some of the fire districts to put in deployables that would allow Wi-Fi and cellular connectivity for instances like the Spencer fire, when the cellular phone systems went down because the tower was actually in the church. So we have backup plans for both cellular, we have satellite connectivity for satellite phones, and we have diverse additional paths for fiber within the city.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, thank you. But also, the second question, have we had interdepartmental training on this and emergency management training?
Some training has occurred. Some of it's being worked out with Department of Information and Technology, and we're actually working on setting up a training with the state level, us, and the National Guard in the fall, just to test some stuff out as well. So that's an ongoing process, and as we keep adding in some new communication methods, that training will continue. So as we bring in some of the new technology, some of those new deployables, which we don't have yet, but they're in the process of being purchased with Homeland Security Committee and the fire districts. Once they're here, we're going to deploy them out to do trainings with them.
So you're saying the funds are already
So that's
available?
being bought through the actual Homeland Security Committee and not through the city, but it's one of them is being placed here, and then once we receive it, it'll be with my department, and we're going to take it out and train it with the fire department, police, and emergency management.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Send that to public safety. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next report is transmitting information communication of the report on number of pothole claims filed with the city since COVID-19. Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, a quick question through you to the administration. I notice on this chart the amount of claims per year. And it has, various different numbers, but they seem to always run in an average year around 80, and then in a not-so-average year of fiscal year 22 of 143. And this year that we're in currently, fiscal year 24, there's 136 claims so far for potholes. But yet, on the amount paid, we've only paid $2,300,000. And if you compare that to the one up above on fiscal year 22, which is a similar number, at 143, we paid out $11 million.
$11,000.
Oh, 11,000?
Yeah,
That's all we paid out?
yeah,
11,000. And this year, we only paid out 2,300.
so
with
far.
136 claims.
So far, yeah.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the administration, that's accurate?
Mr. Trainer?
We must be denying a whole lot of claims. If a car hits a wheel, I mean, a tire and a rim has got to be $300-400 at least. Must be telling a lot of people no.
Through the chair to the councilor, there's 136 claims have been filed. There are a number of claims that are pending now that came in from the April storms.
Right.
And the rain, so they're in process. That number's going to go up.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I just ask that the administration comes back with more details on this. And the rationale behind me being so picky, especially at 10:20 at night, is that basically I'm wondering if, going back to the basic question, if our potholes are being reported. Because I know that the law department doesn't grant those complaints or those claims unless the pothole has been reported. So I'm just wondering if the reporting is working. So if you can come back with that, Mr. Manager, I'd really appreciate it.
Okay, those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, so this is in response to an order I filed back on May 7th. And the additional part that I'd requested in addition to a report concerning if there's been an increase in the number of claims filed relative to damage to potholes since COVID-19 was a further request best practices for filing claim forms in this regard. And further, that a link for filing said claims be placed on the front of the city's website. So regarding those two aspects of the order, if someone from the administration can speak to that, given that we have 1/3 of that order filled here.
Mr. Trainer?
Through the chair to the councilor, the final paragraph of this report speaks to the best practices for filing the claims, and I've indicated that the best way for a person to file a claim is using the portal. It's electronic filing. The portal is on the city clerk's webpage, and it's on the law department's webpage. Because when that gets filed through the portal, it automatically comes to one of my staff, who then generates an acknowledgement letter, gets it out to the claimant to know that we've got the claim, and then that person creates a file and gives it to the claims investigator. It's still an option, though, for a claimant to print out the paper copy, fill it out, and bring it to the clerk's office. It just slows it down a bit, because then they've got to transmit it to us, and then we start the process at that point.
Mr. Chairman, I certainly would like to see us do better in this area. I don't know if the low number of or the amounts paid and these numbers are a result, and I know the Councilor Russell asked for some more details, but if you're looking at some of this, it's and even in one of the high years, you're talking about an average of $54 a claim, which cannot be correct, or perhaps it is. But I guess what I'm looking for, Mr. Chairman, and this might be an operational or an IT matter, if there's a way that we can explore doing better with regards to this. Making it more accessible and transparent and available, and some public education related to this. So I don't know if where that goes. I don't know what department, but it does go to the administration in the form of a motion that we improve upon this process. It's clear to me, based on these numbers, that we could use some improvement. I look forward to the details, and also through the chair to the administration, the third part of that report was putting a link prominently on the city website page. And I'm just wondering if we can anticipate that to happen at some point. I know we're a bit beyond pothole season. I know they're still out there, but the extensive nature of it, I think, has passed to a degree. Can we anticipate that will be happening at some point through the chair?
Two chairs of the council will be happy to look into that. I also, one of the things that I'm going to suggest as well, sitting here and kind of thinking through it, is the 311 app. We can also submit an opportunity for people to go through that as well and be able to submit a claim through the app, which will take them directly to a portal. So we'll look at that and work with the IT department to address those things.
Thank you. I think that folks should understand the parameters of all of this, and the report of this, the request for this was really to highlight, and make folks aware. And I really question to what degree folks are really aware of this. I know when I've had anecdotal and periodic conversation with folks, they're often not aware. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So we'll send that to, I'm sorry, Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question. It could be answered in a report, although if the city solicitor through the chairperson has an answer. I'm more curious at the moment about the time it takes to make a decision, and if it's a favorable decision to pay it out. I know I've been involved in the past with constituents where it took up to a year to get an answer as far as whether that claim is going to be allowed or denied. For a lot of people, it's a significant amount of money, and it just seems to me that if we're going to deny the claim, we should deny it summarily, and if we're going to allow it, we should allow it summarily, but we shouldn't just drag it out for a year and then let people. So maybe we've done better with the time response, but I don't see anything on the report that mentions that. And to me, responding timely, whether it's a yes or a no as far as allowing the claim, is important. So I don't know if we have an answer. I'm happy to take it in the form of a report on the average time it takes to either allow or deny a claim.
Okay. So we get that in form of, instead of a report, maybe we get an answer. Go ahead.
Through the chair of the council, I don't think we have an average time for any complaint. There's complaints on potholes, there's complaints on sewer backups, on water issues. They're all handled differently, and we have one claims agent for all the claims that get filed. We're not like an insurance company that we have adjusters and investigators. So she handles the claims in the manner they come in. First in, second one, third, so she gets them that way. Other than, even with pothole claims, we first have to go to DPW and get documentation from them, what happened to the sewer repair, what evidence was there of a problem that was our problem, or it was a nature's problem of like a heavy rainstorm and it backed up. So those things all take some time, but the time to get the claims through is really a reflection of the amount of claims and the one person that does all that work.
So I appreciate that, but through the chair of the state solicitor, is there a guesstimate when somebody, let's say I drive home and I hit a pothole on Main Street and I submit the documentation, is there a guesstimate as to how long that's going to take to be processed? Is it 3 months? Is it 30 days? Is it 6 months? Or is that impossible to answer?
Through the chair, I just don't want to guess at that. I could ask about it, but I'm not going to give you a guess.
All right, so if it's possible, I'm just focused on the potholes. If we get an answer on the average time frame to respond, I think that'd be helpful. Thank you.
Okay, we'll send that to the manager. Those requests. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We'll send the report to Public Works. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Mr. Chairman, that last report you sent to Public Works,
Yeah.
can I just speak?
You just talked about it.
I know, but really quickly, this is.
It's 10:30.
I understand that. I understand that, but this is it's really a municipal operations issue, Mr. Chairman. You have the law department. We want to see how quick they're processing things. You have a separate issue related to Public Works in terms of filling potholes and the like, but I would really like to see this operationally improve, and it's a law department thing as well.
It's fine.
No, it does go to Public Works, but if you wanted to go there, that's fine. All those in favor? Opposed, so ordered. Okay. Transmit information communication relative to the constitutionality of the rental dwelling unit periodic inspection ordinance. It's going to send that to ED. Those in favor?
Mr. Chairman?
Councilor Russell?
I know you're going to say it's 10:30, but this is an important one. I'm very sorry to bring this up, but such is our agenda and the items that are on the table for us. Mr. Chairman, I have a couple questions to the city solicitor or the assistant city solicitor, whoever would like to respond to them regarding this report, or to the city manager himself. Mr. Chairman, if I'm reading this properly, it says, and correct me if I'm wrong, law department or city manager, but it says basically that we don't have the authority to enter a unit, a rental unit, unless the tenant gives us permission, or unless there's some kind of complaint or violation or whatever, obviously, but on one of these routine inspection things, we don't have the authority without having the okay from the tenant. Am I correct by assuming that, Mr. Chairman, through you to the law department?
Through the chair to the counselor, yes. If you need consent if there's no violation or complaint.
Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, I would ask that there to be some clarity over the items that were voted on this council floor a few weeks ago, items that I brought up that were voted down, but then there were some chairman's orders that came out of the Economic Development Committee that were very similar. So I'm just hoping that those items, that these are addressed, because based on this law department report from our own law department, we need permission, this city government needs permission from the tenants to enter these apartments. So I think it's something that, I think this whole report actually should be sent back to the administration, so that the administration can come up with suggestions of how to incorporate this into the corrected or adapted ordinance that's being drafted. If the chairman of ED wants it to go there too, I have no problem with sending it to ED for conversation. But I think that at the end of the day, that is the issue. And I think it needs to be addressed. I suggested to the manager today when I talked to him that I think we might have to need something like a form, maybe in multiple languages, showing that the tenant signs off saying it's okay to go into the unit. Otherwise, we might be opening up the city for other questions in the future. Mr. Chairman, on the first page of the report from Michael Trainer to Mr. Batista, at the bottom, it says, I'll just read the sentence in the last paragraph. It says, inspections may occur as a result of a complaint of code violation received from a tenant occupant or other non-occupant individual, or pursuant to a systematic area inspection. And I guess through you to the law department, Mr. Chairman, that's what we're calling it. That's where we're kind of hanging our hat legally, right?
Through the chair, that's how the sanitary code defines the periodic inspections.
Okay, so, but Mr. Chairman, I would like another report from the administration defining the word area. Because in my opinion, the word systematic area would be an area. I mean, call me crazy, it's 10:30, but at 10:30 or at 8 o'clock in the morning, an area is an area. And if we're doing an area inspection, it's usually a sweep. It's when we're going through a whole neighborhood and we're inspecting all the properties. That's not what we're doing with this ordinance. We're only doing tenant-occupied units. So I'd like the law department and the administration to come back and address that one-word area in a further report. And I'd like the administration to take a look at this document that came out of the law department and try to come up with some suggestions of how to incorporate that in any ordinance going forward before the Economic Development Committee and this council makes any final decisions on this. And I think keeping this in mind, Mr. Chairman, we should also keep an eye on the clock as far as telling people when this is starting and when it's not. I think we need to address these issues. And actually, in this report, it also references the City of Boston ordinance, the ordinance that I specifically pointed out when I asked for some changes, those changes that were voted down by this council. So there's a reason why the City of Boston is doing it that way, and I think it needs to be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my motion is to send it to the administration.
Send what to the administration?
Send the report back.
We're going to send it to okay. I'm going to send it to ED. He's going to. You asked for orders. That's going to come back. Your suggestions I had to come out with a form, something to come out with to enforce this.
I think that the administration.
It came from the administration.
It came from the administration, but it wouldn't be the first time, Mr. Chairman, that a report was remanded to the administration, and ultimately, at the end of the day, any ordinance that we're dealing with has to come from the administration. At least that's what the law department told me last month. So I would hope that the administration takes this into consideration and that they come back with some kind of changes to the ordinance that's in place, or that's.
You want to see, so we should get a
So
report
this
back with
needs to be
suggested
addressed. So
changes.
whether you want to say it's asking for additional information or
Yeah.
send the actual report back, I don't really care, but I'd like that to be included.
Yep. Council Bergman, followed by Council Merrill Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just, I think I understand the report. I appreciate the report. I think it answers a question that some of us had regarding the constitutionality and the challenges regarding the constitutionality of these inspections. To me, if it's a periodic inspection, still doesn't change, if I read this correctly, it still doesn't change the requirement that there either has to be a reason, a probable cause to go into the apartment by virtue of a complaint from someone, or there has to be some sort of consent from the tenant. So I just, throw out there, and I suppose this is something that's going to be discussed in Economic Development Subcommittee, but I throw out there the effectiveness of having this program when it's quite clear that many tenants in their leases, if they have a lease, it says they have to be notified with proper notice in case apartments being sold, or in case repairs have to be done, or certain other limited circumstances. I don't believe very many of these leases are going to have as a limited circumstance that the city of Worcester wants to come in and take a look. So I can see where certain landlords perhaps, or tenants that don't want the city to go into their apartment are just simply going to say no. And if that happens, how does that impact the effectiveness of what we want this program to be? Because we can't be running in, I wouldn't think, into court to justify the inspection when we really don't have a basis to do so. So obviously we're going to go ahead and have hearings on it. I think a lot of the intent of this was to be able to maximize the number of units we're able to go into. And I just don't see that as, I see that as being a challenge now, because I can't imagine a lot of people just saying, sure, come on in. People work. Some people just don't want people interfering with their privacy. And it seems like that report confirms, the law department's opinion pretty much confirms that if they don't consent, we're going to have a problem. And I'm just not convinced a lot of people are going to consent. So I think we really need to take a long, hard look at what we're trying to accomplish in light of the law department's opinion. Thank you.
Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Mr. Chairman, this item has been kicking around this council for a very long time. This item that was raised tonight, in terms of whether it's unconstitutional or not, again, this was something that came out of ED, and the three individuals who serve on that committee, basically, at the end of the day, was an agreement for us to get this information. So I do believe that this belongs back in ED, and the administration sends their representative to the ED committees no differently than they do in Public Works or any other committee. So I just am wondering, what are we doing, given the fact, again, this was voted, and it was voted on by everybody in this council, and now all of a sudden, we want to do something different. Again, I'm not looking for us, as chair of ED, I'm not looking for us to do anything that's in violation of anyone's rights. And I don't believe that those who sit on the committee with me are looking to do that either. But I do think that we're certainly capable of making that decision in terms of this report coming back from the city manager. This report was never anything different that we were unaware of. This was something that Councilor Bergman put on, and others raised the question of whether this was constitutional or unconstitutional. And I may remind some of my colleagues, there's other cities and towns who do this. And yes, nobody wants to go into a any unit that somebody says no, and I don't believe we as a city are looking to break any laws here. But if we're looking to get any headway whatsoever, what are we doing? Do we want to do it or do we not want to do it? Because quite frankly, again, this has been kicking around in this council for a very long time. I might remind people again that people voted for this, and we asked these questions. This is the reason the administration came back with the report. It wasn't like we as a committee were saying we're going to go ahead and break into people's houses. That isn't what we were looking to do. If it's that you need the individual to invite you in, then that's what it is. But there are a lot of people out there who, quite frankly, don't mind having this. And I think that that's what we have to do, is keep our eye on the ball. What was our intent for this? All of a sudden, did we all forget what the intent of this was? So, Mr. Chairman, I do believe that this belongs back in ED. I have all the faith that the administration, like they were asked to give the report, will give us guidance in ED. So I would appreciate this going back to ED, because there's been a tremendous amount of work that has been done on this up to this point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to respond quickly that I'm not trying to say that the committee is doing anything wrong, or that they're forcing anything, or that they're not able or willing to make any changes to the ordinance. What I'm pointing out is that a few months ago, when I wanted to make a major change to this ordinance, the law department and the city administration told me the changes to the ordinance have to come from the administration. In fact, I had a council order asking for a report that we haven't received yet, asking for an outline of what that was about. So I'm just following the guidelines. What the administration and the law department told me was that any changes need to come from the administration in the form of an ordinance. Because if I had it my way, I would have started from square one with this thing and repealed it and worked from there. But, Mr. Chairman, I was told by the administration that that's not an option. Any change, anything from the ordinance had to come from the administration. So that's why I did that.
Okay.
Whatever the pleasure is, I'm done.
Okay. Councilor King?
Sir. I just want clarification. I don't know if that assertion is accurate, but through the chair to the administration, if you could comment on the statement that any changes in an ordinance must come from the administration. I do believe that, obviously, I put forward previously that the council would benefit from having its own legal person, its own attorney, its own person. And I do know that we can amend. My understanding is that, and we've done that before as a council, and it's written up by the solicitor. But I just need clarification, because I don't want to leave this meeting confused through the chair. So that would be my question.
Mr. Manager?
Please elaborate.
Through the chair to the council, this was a question that was asked previously as part of the order that Russell was alluding to, and we're currently working on submitting that order to the council to fully explain the process.
Can you repeat that? I want to make sure I understand what you're saying there.
So, Councilor Russell,
I just want to figure out if you answered my question or not. Just go ahead, please.
So, I didn't answer your question. I'm saying I'm providing a report that answers the question that you're asking, that it was alluded to as part of the order that Councilor Russell had previously submitted.
Mr. Chairman, I would look forward to that report back I know that we as a council, in my experience, do have the ability to amend ordinances and the like, and that legal writes them at the request of the manager. And if that's the will of the council, so be it. I just don't want the public to be misled here, Mr. Chairman. I, again, unequivocally state that council would benefit from its own legal representation, its own attorney, you know, and I think that that has been apparent over the last couple of years. So perhaps I'll come back with another motion. Just want to make sure that the appropriate time has elapsed, and we can take that in consideration as we move forward towards the end of this term. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll send that to committee. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. We are on 9.30A, I believe. Transmitting information communication of the fiscal year 2024 financial update. April 30th, 2024. Thank you, Mr. McGurthy. Things are going well, so send that to MO. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. We have finance items, 9.35A through E, 9.36A through L, 9.37A through C. Motion is adopted on a roll call. Brian, do so, Council King. We're on 9.35A through E, 36A through L, and 37A through C.
Okay.
All set? Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King? Council Member Carlson? Yes. Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Okay.
Yes. So we have 10A, motion to adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson? Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey? Council Toomey?
Yes.
Mayor Petty?
Yes. 10B to 10X minus 10D. Roll call.
Council
I'm sorry, just a motion to adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, we have our orders. Before going the orders, is any administration here on any other items that we're going to be here anyway, so you're not, but we can go let's just go to reports to the planning board. 13A, refer to Public Works. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 14A through B, motions proposed is to advertise proposed ordinance. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 14C, motions accepted on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes. 14D, motions to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 15A, motion to accept and adopt on the roll call. Roll call. We already did that one, I'm sorry.
Yep.
15B to 15L, motion is to accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 15M and 15N, motions accept. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 16A to 16G, advertise proposed ordinances. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty?
Yes, 16H, motions accept and adopt. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 16I to 16T, motions accept. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 17A, motions to accept and adopt on the roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Member Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 18A to 18B, motions been made.
Mr. Chairman,
Yep.
I'd like to speak on 18B. Point of clarification there.
18B? Okay, go
When
ahead.
we get to it.
No, go ahead. Do them together.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know we had had something similar to this come before us previously and involved a contract. So I'm just wondering, is this separate through the chair to the administration? Is the contract piece a part of this? Is it separate? I voted against this previously, particularly given the fact that we've never had a contract for this position in the history of the city, and it could perhaps put us in a tough position. So I'm just wondering, the salary ordinance, does it include the contract aspect, or what relationship does the contract have to this matter?
Trainer?
Through the chair to the council, this ordinance sets the salary, just as last year we had a salary ordinance that set the salary at 180. This one sets the salary at 190, which is incorporated into the contract. So on the 7th of May, there was an item there. There were 2 votes that were rolled into one. One was to advertise the ordinance, the salary ordinance, and the second half of the vote was to authorize the mayor to execute the contract.
So this is.
So it's tied to the contract.
Oh, it's tied to the contract. All right. I'd like to take that separately, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so 18A, motions on a roll call. Roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Thank you.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. 18B on a roll call.
Council Bergman?
Yes.
Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Haji?
Yes.
Council King?
No.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay. What do we, Charles, you here for anything or in particular, or you can stay if you want? Okay. I think I got everything from the administration, but. Okay. Orders. First one, 18A. Request City Manager, request Commissioner of Transportation Mobility prioritize addressing the crashes taking place at the intersection of Park Avenue, Mill Street through any traffic calming measure available. Council Hyde. All those in favor, send it to the manager. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request City Manager, request Commissioner of Transportation Mobility prioritize the Newton Square rotary redesign and interim traffic calming measures. Council Haji and Pacello.
As it reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Request a standing committee on public health and human services invite representatives from the Central West Justice Center and Central Mass Housing Alliance to discuss the status of evictions in the city. Said discussion should include information concerning the legal representation and rental assistance resources available to residents facing evictions. We'll send that to the committee. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Council Haji, all set?
As it is, yes.
Yep.
Yes, please.
Request that the city manager provide the council with a report detailing complaints filed with the Human Rights Commission related to the landlord-tenant issues. Council Haji?
As it reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 11E, request the city manager provide council with a report concerning the best practices for the Worcester Fire Department as to the process for employees being designated as inspectors, data collection systems, addressing customer complaints, establishing procedures for said complaints to be anonymous and to address same, coordinate permit compliance and code enforcement. Council Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try to be brief on it. This order comes about through numerous constituent concerns over time regarding scenarios or situations where they are told what they need to do from the building department, and then when they're ready to get an occupancy permit, they're giving different set of instructions from the fire department. So it prompted me to try to file an order that reflected some of those concerns. One of the things I think it's important to know is, when somebody joins the fire department in a recruitment class, how do they become an inspector? Is that something they choose to do? Is that something they are asked to apply for? So I think that's important. I think data collection, addressing any customer complaints is important. I think being able to do that anonymously is important as well. And I think lastly, being able to coordinate with the code department, the ability to issue permits with one voice so that there isn't some sort of different answer or different levels of compliance from one department to the other. I think it's important for the senior manager that this go to the city manager as opposed to any other department or subcommittee, because I think city manager is most capable of doing a robust report regarding these issues. And hopefully, if my colleagues agree, we'll get a report back and we're able to discuss it further. Then perhaps it can go to the appropriate subcommittee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, send that to the manager.
Chairman.
Councilor King, followed by Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly appreciate this item. I know that when I was in municipal operations, we did speak about this, and my understanding at the time was that there was supposed to be a syncing and integration across departments to improve this process. So my question to the administration is IT currently engaged in syncing and integrating these departments so as we can avoid these sorts of issues? Through the chair.
Mr. Manager.
Through Chair to the council, that is correct. There's a platform that we're currently using. It's called OpenGov, and that's the platform that we use for all permits and inspections. And that integration process is still ongoing in multiple departments. It includes even conversations right now of the License Commission and some of the licensing efforts, which also include the fire department as well.
Thank you. I think that this is a request for best practices for Worcester Fire Department, but as mentioned, it goes across departments, and we're looking forward to the report regarding syncing and integrating through IT. I think that was previously requested, so hopefully that'll come before us soon. Thank you.
Councilor Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to sign on. Thank you.
Okay. Those in favor, so send it to the manager. All those in favor, as amended. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, 11F, request of standing committee on education be joined with the school committee, stands committee on finance and operations for the purpose of reviewing matters pertaining to public education, the public libraries, arts, culture, and higher education listed on their agenda. Councilor Haji, aye.
As he reads.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Requesting made by council with updated report concerning the community crisis intervention and youth crisis intervention program. Councilor Nguyen.
Can you do the other two with it as well?
As a read? Okay.
No, could you do the other two
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear
orders together? Thank you.
What'd you say? I'm sorry. Oh, together, okay, yep. And request the city manager provide council with a report concerning the arrest diversion data and strategies for youth, especially the city's Black and Latino youth. Councilor Nguyen. And 11H2. And provides the council report detailing strategy for plans concerning summer youth programming and holistic safety initiatives.
Is 11N held? If it's not, can we take that also?
11N is held, I believe. Yep, that's it. Oh, it was going to be held, but it's not held. Right.
We take it all together.
Okay. 11N, request city manager consider shifting $500,000 from the fiscal year 2025 budget to the Department of Health and Human Services to fund a comprehensive treatment saturation response. Further request city manager provide commit $500,000 for the next 4 years for such purpose. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to try to be brief because I know we're all kind of tired. But, I do want to just bring this up because, and I spoke with the city manager about this, was that there was a statement from the city manager, the mayor, and the city council, which I did not consent or agree to the messaging. Just to summarize, it was an acknowledgement of what happened with the few, murders in Worcester, and I think that's really important for us to acknowledge. But what I got out of it was that, in the summer when we're thinking about the safety initiatives, it just simply included more policing, and so my orders really stemmed out of really hoping for us to head towards a direction that wasn't just about policing. We know that well-resourced communities are the ones that intentionally allocate funding towards to tackle the social determinants of health for its residents. And those are the things that, help our communities thrive. And that doesn't mean that we need more policing. And so as we talk about, learning about the funding cuts of Recreation Worcester and the citywide cuts for the summer youth programmings and the jobs, as someone mentions, it's 70%. I wish our first instinct when we think about youth violence is to actually increase funding, increase programming, to increase resources for our young people to be holistically supported rather than increase policing. And just looking at our budget, I saw summer patrolling was gonna be allocated $455,000. And this is a time where our youth actually needs a lot of support. And my hope is that we take on what we know to work. And as you know, the city manager, you talk about the Youth Violence Prevention Initiative and all these things. We know that what works is a more proactive, preventative work. It's community work, it's mentorship that uplifts our young people. And so I really wanted to just really have us think about allocating funding towards that. And I'm really glad that during our last budget meeting, we had so many people talk about the funding of Recreation Worcester. But as you mentioned, it's citywide. And so I'm really looking towards strategies to really support our young folks. And I also didn't want us to lose sight of the racial equity audit, when it comes to the disproportionate arrest of our Black and Latina youth. I think, what are we gonna do about it? And I know this is something you take seriously, that we need to find solutions for, and that we need to commit our funding towards. And so I hope that we start, really reframing and reprioritizing and putting our strategies in place, and not just to do what is business as usual, to just look at policing as the only way. I know that we know, as a council, there's so many youth workers on this council, that we can actually do better. And so that's what I'm asking for. And I want to thank Councilor King for his order and for taking it together, because I deeply believe in the work of Recreation Worcester, as all of us has mentioned, and that we should commit to this work. Thank you.
Okay. All set on those orders? Okay, so take those and send them to the city manager. Okay. All set? Okay. Okay. I know that John Mahoney has filed legislation for $300,000 to come in, and that's about 90% chance we'll get that. So just so people know that too. And so we've been working on that. And also the manager has said he'd fund this from last year anyways. So thank you, Mr. Manager, for the Rec Worcester program. I appreciate that. And Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since you mentioned Rep. Mahoney, I wasn't going to speak, but I too have been in contact with our senators and reps regarding this and their attempts to secure some additional funding. But my one statement that I will make, and I've had this conversation with city manager and folks, is that, making our response a more trackable part of our actual city budget is extremely important. Here it talks about data as well. If we can't measure it, we can't assess it for efficacy. As relates to the arrests of Black and brown youth, and those particular procedures, operations, and policies. It's extremely important, Mr. Chairman. We depend a lot on grants and state funding, but when we have these sorts of upticks, as I mentioned last week, and I'm not going to rehash that, it's important that we can continue dedication within our actual budget on a consistent basis, so that we don't have to just respond, when there's an uptick. It's the process, and it's a commitment that I think that we all have for community health and community safety. And so, it's in that spirit that I'm looking forward to these things moving forward. Thank you.
Okay. So that to the managers. All those items, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. J's been held. So we're on K. Request city manager, request Commissioner on Transportation and Mobility conduct a traffic study relative to the safety improvements and speed concerning measures that can be completed at the intersection of Clark and St. Nicholas Ave. Council Pasillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very briefly, this has been an issue in Burncoat for years, the intersection at Clark Street and St. Nicholas. It's hard to see around the corner. People drive way too fast, and this is something that I really would love to be a focus for transportation and mobility in this administration. Thank you.
Okay, those in favor, opposed, so ordered. L, request this manager work with the appropriate representative from the Charter Spectrum to provide, make sure nobody held that, right? No. Provide council with information concerning the process used to return reimburse senior discounts that were illegally withheld from the company. Council Pasillo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just want to thank my colleagues for signing on, and to the administration and the Cable Advisory Committee for their work and attention to this matter. I don't want to get into all the issues with Charter. What I am asking for is transparency and accessibility in this reimbursement process. Seniors and disabled residents have been entitled to a 10% discount on basic cable TV. This hasn't been offered since 2013. In 2013, we had 40,000 cable subscribers. We're now down to 22,000. My issue is, and I understand this is out of the purview of the city manager, but there is zero data on this, so we have no idea how many people didn't get this reimbursement, didn't get the discount. I've heard from a couple seniors that they're receiving letters in the mail saying, if you are entitled to a reimbursement, send us this letter back. I called Charter today to see what the process was. The woman I spoke to is very nice. She had no knowledge of the reimbursement. She told me that she wasn't sure when the senior or disabled discount became available in our area, but to me, this was a 10-minute phone conversation where I had to press 0 a bunch of times. It's not accessible to seniors. It's really not accessible to anyone. I do understand that the contract negotiations are in process, and I appreciate that. I just really want to flag this as a priority. Residents should know that they're entitled to this discount and a reimbursement. It's obvious that Charter, I don't know if we can rely on them to get this information across, so it's just something I'd really like to prioritize going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Also, King, followed by Council Russell, followed by Council Toomey, followed by Council Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to, well, I guess I want to be clear. This particular matter is infuriating. It's unacceptable. We should not tolerate it as a city. You know, we heard testimony today and the other day that folks who are deceased have been charged when they shouldn't have been charged, Mr. Chairman. You've heard tonight about our disabled community, our seniors being shortchanged, no pun intended, Mr. Chairman. What I would like us to do is explore any litigation, Mr. Chairman, as a means to provide some impetus for Charter. It's very clear to me, based on what my colleague just testified to, that they are not, Mr. Chairman, making an all-out effort to reimburse folks. They're not creating a consumer-friendly remedy to this matter, Mr. Chairman. My order is that the administration consult with the solicitor to determine any feasibility possible to initiate litigation on behalf of our seniors and our disabled and the families and the estates of folks who have been unfairly impacted by this infuriating, intolerable matter. Thank you.
Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, about a week ago, week and a half ago, I was contacted by a resident from Grafton Hill, an elderly gentleman who heard us talking about it here at the council chamber, and he actually picked up the phone, called Charter Spectrum, sent me an email, and gave me the name, the date, everything, all of the conversation he had with the operator, and they told him there is no such thing as a discount. So I sent it to the administration. The administration started some work on it, but through you, Mr. Chairman, to the manager. Did anything ever become of that? Or was there ever any other action, or was it just the last?
Mr. Manager?
Through the chair to the council, no, not on that specific matter. We actually had more requests on folks even calling directly my office, asking about the senior discounts, et cetera. What we're doing is we're compiling every email, any phone call, any conversation that we're having, and building our case as part of that effort, as part of when we continue this effort with Charter. We understand this is an issue, and we're going to continue to make sure that we collect as much information as we can from residents to be able to kind of put and hold Charter accountable on it.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask to sign on.
Okay, Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also rise to sign on, but also to give testimony that my husband did call as well, and actually was told that there was no such thing as a senior discount.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Bergman?
I do want to sign on. I think it's a very good order, and I just would like to say that, consistent with what my colleague Councilor King had said, I think this is ripe for a look from the city solicitor. You know, this sounds to me like some sort of potential class action lawsuit. The fact that people have died, their estates can sue up to 2 years beyond their death, so they're not precluded either. And I think there's an opportunity here to have leverage over a situation that's particularly unfortunate. I don't know if it's intentional on Spectrum's behalf or not, but there's certainly lots of money that are owed residents of the city of Worcester, and they're not responding. So if they're not responding, then litigation seems to be at least the opportunity to explore. So I'd like to sign on. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, lots of confusion about this. I called for my sister, and Charter told me that there was no senior discount, but yet if they were going to do it, they would only do it if you had basic cable. That is not how the senior discount worked previously. So through you, Mr. Chairman, to the city manager, the question that I have is, so previously when they were doing the senior discount, they were giving you a discount. Yes, they only gave it to you on the basic, but they gave it to you. What they're saying now is you can only get it if you have basic, period. So, like I said, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the manager, is that what Charter is saying to the administration? Is that a conversation that you're currently having?
Mr. Trainer?
Through the chair of the council, I'm hearing that a lot of people are calling into the local charter offices, and these people don't know what they're doing or don't know about it. We're engaged on this on a different level. Attorney Lederer, the outside counsel we hired to do the cable renewal, he's in direct contact with the council for charter, and they're trying to straighten this out, and he's developing a plan of what we're going to do and go after with charter. So he's about to start talking to them about the cable renewal license, but he's also setting up meetings with them to say, what are you going to do to reimburse the people in Worcester? So it's being worked on, but in the meantime, I think Charter, it's incumbent on them to get the word to the local reps here or their reps that there is a discount available here. And we did get acknowledgement from their attorney, but it's obviously not trickling through the actual Charter administration, so we'll have to follow up on that.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, to the city solicitor. So we working on a plan with their attorney in terms of how they're going to notify people?
Nuts, the soup to nuts, we're going to have to figure out how are they going to do it, how they're going to reimburse, and what the reimbursement's going to be. And to your other point about you have to have only basic, that is not the position that we take.
Okay, and then the follow-up question, Mr. Chairman, is for those who, for the last several years, have not received that discount, how is it that we're going after charter to get that reimbursement?
It would be the same reimbursement for anybody that hadn't, we can prove should have had received it in the first place. But again, we haven't sat down and talked to them directly, and I'm not directly in those conversations myself. So we're going to have to discover, or going to have to determine all of that, how we're going to get the reimbursement to people and who are the people that get the reimbursement. So.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, to the solicitor, how does charter determine who's a senior and not a senior? I guess is, to me, the bigger issue that we're faced with at this point. How did they determine who is a senior? By just those who called, or
through the chair? It's in the license that what you have to supply to them to prove that you deserve the discount. So you have to send in license or Social Security.
Through the chair to the solicitor, but how would you know that you're entitled to that discount being a senior if charter was not communicating that to the general public?
Through the chair of the council, I would suspect that we would say, were you a customer when you were 65 or 65 and disabled, and come up with some type of documentation that shows, you know, in the spring of 2016, I turned 65, so I started to qualify it from that point forward.
Okay.
So it's going to take a lot of legwork to figure this out.
Obviously, but this, Mr. Chairman, just shows really charter's customer service and what they've done since our original discussion about charter, is that they really have no customer service whatsoever. Because if charter really cared about getting the contract from the city of Worcester, I would have thought that charter would have had every one of their customer service reps ready to answer, to sign up for the, so I would just add that obviously we're going to have to go after them every step of the way, because I don't see them being forthcoming. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think everybody wants to sign on. So all those sent to the manager as amended. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Next item is request the manager work with the Worcester Regional Transit Authority Director, Commissioner of Public Works and Parks, the quality of life team to ensure high-volume bus stops are kept clean, including bus stops in front of Denny's restaurant located at 494 Lincoln Street. Council Passell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When you drive down Lincoln Street, if you go past Denny's, you're going to see a bus stop. You will not see a trash can. You're going to see grass a mile high. It's unacceptable. What message are we sending to this neighborhood? So in the past, they had a neighborhood cleanup on Earth Day. The mayor and I cleaned Denny's at the beginning of April. We were out there with some other folks from the neighborhood. Quality of Life has repeatedly cleaned up Denny's for us, which is above and beyond the call. They're wonderful. And I know, City Manager, I appreciate you offering your clean team. And of course, Councilor Carlson has been an advocate for this neighborhood for years. My issue is we need more help. You have residents on that street who are paying people to clean up Denny's. I drive by it constantly, and there is trash everywhere. I don't know, I understand it's not the WRTA's job to clean up the bus stops, but it's becoming such an issue. You heard today from a resident that there's rats. It's awful. The people on Lincoln Street genuinely care about their neighborhood so much. They show up constantly, and I think the very least that we could do is keep Denny's clean until we can figure out who owns it, who's going to take care of Denny's, but just a very, very simple task of maybe a couple trash cans, monitoring the bus stop, whatever it is, like something just has to give with Denny's. It's not fair to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. You can track down the owner anyways and hold them responsible. Okay. Send that to the manager. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay, let me see, we held the next couple items. We did that one. Okay, so we're on Q. Request city manager requests Public Works review and redesign the mediums at intersection of Plantation and Natural History Trail in the interest of public safety. Council Toomey.
Through you, Mr. Chair, for several years now, this has been really not only just an eyesore, but actually very dangerous. I've spoken with a number of people who have not been able to see this median at night. It's not identifiable by any sort of reflective paint. It really needs to be redesigned, the whole intersection. Recently had several people talk to me about this, and so I said to them, I know exactly what you're talking about because I ran over it one night too. So it really does need to be addressed sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. 12B, that the City Council, City of Worcester, does hereby urge the Massachusetts General Court and the leadership of both chambers to view the pending paint stewardship legislation favorably and take whatever actions are necessary to pass the paint stewardship bills into law, including voting favorably out of any of the committees. A paint stewardship law will begin relieving municipalities and consumers of ever-rising solid waste management costs, significantly reduce the toxic waste going to landfills, and decrease greenhouse gases generated by the paint industry by 4%. And so I can get down on this, so we can just vote it. And anybody have any questions? Okay, roll call.
Council Bergman? Yes. Council Calorio?
Yes.
Council Agia?
Yes.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
Yes.
Council Russell?
Yes.
Council Toomey?
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. Okay, now we have table under privilege. Request the City Council Committee on Municipal and Operations review the rules of City Council titled Conduct of Council Meetings, but including but not limited to Rule 21, 22, and 35, and thus determine whether any amendments to rules of the City Council would better ensure all speaking portions of City Council meetings are done efficiently and procedurally accurate manner. Councilor Calorio.
As it reads.
Okay. Councilor King.
Mr. Chairman, certainly appreciate this being held. This particular item really undermines and usurps the chair of the council and the role that's played by the mayor chairing this council. And the fact is, we've been down this road before. You know, it's extremely important that we as a council are able to govern, and it's very extremely important that we're not trying to silence individual colleagues, Mr. Chairman. I would say with regards to this, that reviewing rules is one thing, but the record in terms of the number of iterations of this sort of order that's come before us over the last 3 or 4 years speaks loudly, Mr. Chairman. You know, I certainly think that this matter should be filed, Mr. Chairman. I believe that the chair of the council has made great efforts to ensure that the rules of the city council are followed pertaining to speaking, and there have been liberal times, there have been times that have been not liberal. But I think overall, the way this committee has been chaired has been in the right spirit, Mr. Chairman. So I'm going to ask that this motion be filed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I just say one thing? Sorry.
Council Calorio.
I think you did this in, through the chair with the school committee and did revise and look over some of the rules. That's just all I'm asking for.
Yeah, we looked at all the rules in school committee?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So very similar. Thank you.
Okay. So the first motion is the file takes precedent, correct, Mr. Clerk? So, roll call.
So Mayor, the motion to file, Council Bergman? Council Calorio?
No.
Council Agia?
Yeah.
Council King?
Yes.
Council Merrill Carlson? No. Council Nguyen?
Yes.
Council Ojeda?
Yes.
Council Pasillo?
No.
Councilor Russell,
Yes.
Councilor Toomey,
No.
and Mayor Petty.
No.
Mr. Mayor, that motion fails.
So send it to committee. Councilor Russell?
Could we amend it to just for a discussion about all rules?
Yeah, we can do it. Yeah, she said not
That's-
limited to those.
That's
We
what
already
I-
voted it.
That's what I, as opposed to pointing out
Yeah.
specific rules that they just, if they have the time to go over and look at all the rules.
We already
To the-
voted it.
Through the chair, through the chair, I'm sorry. The language is in there, it says not limited to.
Okay.
So it's
Okay.
exactly what you say.
Okay, so
Thank
send that to committee. All those, roll call.
Yes.
Bergman. Yes. Councilor Calorio.
Yes.
Councilor Haji. Councilor King.
No.
Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Yes.
Councilor Nguyen.
No.
Councilor Ojeda.
No.
Councilor Pasillo.
Yes.
Councilor Russell.
Yes.
Councilor Toomey.
Yes.
And Mayor Petty.
Yes. With that, I think that brings, unless you want to go back to budget. Oh, what's that?
Mayor, we have to
Oh,
adjourn
we have to go back.
council.
Okay, we're going to go back into budget for 2
Go back to
seconds.
budget for 2 seconds to hold everything, and then we can adjourn.
So the motion is to go back into budget for the purpose of, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. This is for the purpose of holding the items, hang on, we're going to hold items 8A, B, and 9A. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Motion to adjourn.
And now we have, come out of the budget, back into council. Motion to adjourn. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Look, she said, smart politics is to make sure you're not personal, right? And so I've always been able to take the emotion and the personal part out of politics because that's the only way you can do it the right thing. When you start to get personal, when you start to get emotional, that's when you're not making good policy. This is all about policy, Haley added. And when you look at the policies of the two, Trump versus Biden, I very much am on one side. It's not even close. She went further. I want to know that we are going to have the backs of our allies and hold